Just about 3 minutes to 2:30 in the PM, the time allocated for the Senate plenary sitting on this 17th day of April, the year 2025. This is a live broadcast streaming from the Senate chambers in Parliament Buildings, Nairobi. A broadcast that is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in partnership with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. A warm welcome to you, and we are glad that you have managed to join us for these proceedings as they are about to commence. What you are seeing now on your screens are last preparations, of course, by the clerks of the Senate. And of course, in a short while, we should be seeing members of the Senate also making their way into the chambers to get ready for the business that is lined up or scheduled for consideration this afternoon. And talking of the business that as the Senate convenes for this plenary sitting this afternoon, pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 53, paragraph 1, where senators or rather which provides that senators can seek for statements from various standing committees of the Senate. This afternoon, the Senator for Kakamega County, Dr. Bonnie Halwale, will seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget regarding the purchase and disposal of motor vehicles by the county government of Kakamega. The Senator for Busia County, Senator Andrew Omtata Okoiti, will also seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources regarding the delay in compensating landowners who were affected by the construction of a Ginger Bumala Road project. Compensation for landowners who were affected by the construction of a Ginger Bumala Road project. Pursuant to provisions of the same Standing Order 53, paragraph 1, the Senator for Nandi County, Samson Cherarkei, will also seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Trade, Industrialization and Tourism concerning the impact of the 10% tariff imposed on Kenyan exports by the United States of America, that is the U.S. government. The statement will be with regards to the impact of the 10% tariff imposed on Kenyan exports by the United States of America government. So these are statements that this afternoon, or these are concerns that this afternoon, as members of the Senate convene for this plenary sitting, will be forwarded to the various or the relevant standing committees. If you're just joining us, is that the House is about to commence its business. 2:30 is the time allocated for the sitting. Already a number of members have made their way into the chambers. We're expecting to see more members in a short while. Also, we expect to see the procession of the Speaker also making its way into the chambers. Once the procession of the Speaker gets into the chambers and the prayer is said and chair taken, if the members will have collated, or if the House will have collated, then the business of the day will commence without any delays. However, if the quorum will not have been raised by then, the quorum bell will be rung. This is as provided for in the House Standing Orders, at least to give some room or an allowance for the members who may be within the precincts of Parliament but have not yet gotten to the chambers to at least hasten their steps and get to the chambers to join the rest of the members. In transacting the business that has been lined up for consideration this afternoon. The motion on the report of the 14th ordinary session of the plenary assembly and related meetings of the Forum of Parliaments of the International Conference of the Great Lakes region that was held in Livingstone, Zambia from the 15th to the 19th of April, the year 2024, is a report that is currently under consideration on the floor of the House. This report was laid on the table of the Senate on the Thursday of 30th May, the year 2024, and debate on this particular report has been on this afternoon. This business will be resuming after it was interrupted on Wednesday, the 16th of April. That is yesterday during the morning sitting. Also, the members will be considering the report of the Senate delegation to the High-Level Political Forum 2024 on Sustainable Development. This is a motion that is moved by the nominated Senator Hamida Kibwana. And this is a report that was laid on the table of the Senate on Thursday, the 20th of February, the year 2025. This is a forum that was held in the New York, United States of America from the 8th to the 17th of July, the year 2024. And of course, business on this particular motion will be a resumption of a debate that was interrupted on the 16th of April 2025, still during the morning sitting. The Senate is about to commence its business, lined up for consideration this afternoon. However, the procession of the Speaker is also yet to make its way into the chamber. Already members have made their way into the chambers. The time allocated for the sitting is 2:30. Now it's 5 minutes into past 2:30. So in any minute from now, we should be expecting to see the Speaker's procession make its way into the chamber. And once that is done, then the business will commence. You will recall that the Senate has also been considering the bill on the provision of sanitary towels, a bill originating from the Senate, Bill number 7 of 2024, sponsored by Senator Gloria Oroba, a bill that is at its second reading stage. And this is a bill whose debate has been done conclusively on the floor of the House. This is a bill that seeks to provide for the provision of quality, free, and sufficient sanitary towels in all public institutions. The Speaker of the Senate, at the entrance of the chambers, as you've seen, has made his way into the chambers. Honorable Amason Jeffa Kingi, he will be presiding over this afternoon sitting. Allow me to hand you over. Good afternoon.
Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, tukusihi ututazame kwa neema nyingi na baraka. Sisi watumishi wako ambao mmeridhika kutuitwa kwa nyadhifa za uongozi katika jamhuri hii yetu. Tukuomba utuwajalie tuyatende na kufikia mambo yote atakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Clerk, do we have quorum? Sergeant at Arms, kindly ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes.
The prayer has been said and the chair taken. However, the House has not quorated, and therefore that quorum bell is on for the members who may not have made their way to the chambers yet to hasten their steps and get to the chambers. At least 15 senators, as provided for in the House Standing Order number 39, shall be in the chambers during the commencement of House business. If that is not present, pursuant to provisions of Standing Order number 40, after the prayer is said and the chair taken, then that will necessitate that quorum bell. And that is currently what is happening. Of course, we can see members inside the chambers, but the number has not reached the 15 as it should. So we are expecting just a few more members to make their way into the chambers. I've just seen the majority whip, Honorable Boni Halwale. He is coming back. I thought he was maybe going out to try and whip more members, but he has just walked back into the chambers. I hope that the quorum is almost to be achieved. Once that is attained, then I will, without any further delay, hand this business back to the House. This afternoon also, the members will be adjourning for a short recess. After the business of this afternoon, the motion on adjournment of the Senate will be moved by the Senate Majority Leader, Honorable Aaron Cheriot, to guide the House that the Senate will be adjourning for a short recess until Tuesday, 6th of May, the year 2025. And of course, this is a motion that will come at the end of the business that is lined up for consideration this afternoon.
Order, honorable senators, we do have quorum now. Clerk, can you proceed to call the first order? Senator Mohamed Chute, Senator Seki, and the Senator Fernande.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
The Senate Majority Leader. So call the next order, then we'll come back to it. The Chairperson, Standing Committee on Energy.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, 17th April 2025. The report of the Standing Committee on Energy on county oversight and networking engagements in Wajir County. Mr. Speaker, I lay.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Statements pursuant to Standing Order 53-1. The Senator for Kakamega County, the Honorable Dr. Boni Khalwale.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on a matter of countrywide concern regarding the purchase and disposal of motor vehicles by the county government of Kakamega. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1, give a comprehensive list of all motor vehicles purchased by the county government of Kakamega from 2014 to date, indicating the make and model of each vehicle, its registration number, date of purchase, and the total amount that was paid for it. 2, the number of vehicles that have since been retired and disposed of, including reasons for the retirement, indicating the make and model and the year of disposal and the initial purchase value, as well as the amount realized from such a disposal. 3, documentary evidence showing that the proceeds from the disposal of these motor vehicles were duly banked into the County Revenue Fund account in accordance with the Public Finance Act. And 4, Mr. Speaker, give a detailed account of whether the disposal of the above vehicles was done in line with the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act of 2015, including the names of the successful bidders. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator for Busia County, the Honorable Omtata.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the occasion. And for general information, I'm a senator from Busia County. I'm not a senator of Busia County. Busia County, my oath did not involve Busia County. It involved the Republic. So I'm rightly addressed as a senator from Busia County, not for Busia County. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53, Clause 1, to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources on a matter of inter-county concern regarding the delay in compensating owners of land.
What is the point of order, Senator for Kakamega?
Mr. Speaker, you are consulting when the Senator for Busia started speaking. He has denied that he's not the Senator for Busia and made a lot of statements about it. Understanding Order 105, what is he talking about?
Senator Omtata, are you the Senator for Busia or not?
I'm the senator from Busia, not for Busia. I'm a senator of the Republic of Kenya from Busia. This is a national house.
Okay.
It's a parliament of Kenya, it's not a parliament of Busia. So I'm elected by people of Busia to sit in the national parliament. Therefore, the English is that I'm a senator from Busia, not for Busia.
So you are the senator elected by the people of Busia for the Republic of Kenya?
Yes.
Is that the title you'd want to be known for?
Yes. That's why, that's why I'm able to go to Isiolo and I demand accountability.
Okay.
It's English.
So Honorable Senator Omtata.
Yes, sir.
who've been elected by the people of Busia
Yes.
to represent the Republic of Kenya in the Senate.
Yes.
May you proceed to seek your statement.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant, and by the way, that applies to all senators and to all assemblymen.
Just proceed, Senator Mtata. We have concluded that.
Thank you. Thank you, the senator from Nandi. Thank you. And the senator of the Republic of Kenya from Kakamega. Thank you. Not of Kakamega. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53, Clause 1, to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources on a matter of inter-county concern regarding the delay in compensating owners of land whose parcels were compulsorily acquired for the Ejinja-Bumala Road project in Busia and Kakamega counties. Mr. Speaker, sir, the National Land Commission, in its response to my request for information on the delay in compensating project-affected persons, brackets PAPs, in the Ejinja-Bumala Road project, cited lack of funds, lack of requisite documentation, and an unending succession processes as the reasons for the delay. In this regard, I request the committee to address the following. 1, the details of the 536 PAPs who have already been compensated so far, including the respective compensation amounts. 2, the failure by the Ministry of Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development to forward to the National Land Commission valuation reports, award letters, statements of acceptance, and other documentation in their custody, which are necessary to facilitate the conclusion of the evaluation of claims. 3, the reasons for the delay by the Kenya National Highways Authority, that's KENA, to fully remit to the National Land Commission compensation funds for the Ejinja-Bumala Road project, and the timelines for remittance of the outstanding balance. 4, the actions being taken by KENA as the acquiring entity and other government agencies to facilitate prompt conclusion of succession processes affecting the acquired land to pave way for compensation. And 5, proposed actions to ensure prompt compensation of the 635 remaining PAPs, including whether KENA could approve reallocation of undisbursed compensation funds at NLC to pay the PAPs that are payable. Dated 15th April, 2025. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Fernandi, the Honorable Charanke.
Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, I would also want to be referred Senator from Nandi, but the Senator of the Republic of Kenya in the National Parliament. Mr. Speaker, sir, so that some people don't fight us, especially when we oversight other counties like Taita or Trans Nzoia, because we are the senators of the Republic of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, I request for a statement on the impact of the tariff imposed on Kenyan exports by the United States of America, USA. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Trade, Industrialization, and Tourism on a matter of national concern regarding the impact of 10% tariff imposed on Kenyan exports by United States of America, led by His Excellency Donald Trump. Mr. Speaker, in the statement, the committee should address the following. 1, the projected impact of the newly imposed tariffs by United States government on tea, coffee, horticulture, textile, and other sectors that are largely contribute to Kenya's exports to the U.S., as well as the overall impact on the national economy of the Republic of Kenya. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, sir, the measures in place to cushion farmers and traders in the affected sectors, including whether the government has sought and found alternative markets for the affected Kenyan products and produce by our farmers and trade men and women. So, Speaker, number 3, the efforts by the government of Kenya to negotiate a review or even scrapping of the 10% tariff of the Kenyan products and produce by the United States of America government under Donald Trump administration. Number 3, Mr. Speaker, sir, the last one, the progress made in negotiating a free trade agreement between Kenya and the United States of America in view of the expiry of the African Growth and Opportunity Act, or AGOA. And I know Senator Onyonga was assistant minister then, program in September 2025. Mr. Speaker, my second statement is request for a statement on the status of Kenya's digital land registration system and concerns over fraudulent title deeds. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources on a matter of national concern regarding the status of Kenya's digital land registration system and concerns over fraudulent title deeds across the country. Mr. Speaker, sir, a recent report from United States of America Trade Representative, USTR, has raised serious concerns regarding Kenya's land administration system. The report specifically highlights the proliferation of fake title deeds as a significant barrier to investment, shining a harsh spotlight on the integrity and reliability of our land registration processes. According to the United States Trade Representative, these fraudulent land ownership documents have emerged as a major obstacle in Kenya's ongoing efforts to attract international investors. Mr. Speaker, and the Senator should listen to this statement very carefully. This underscores the urgent need to strengthen and expedite the implementation.
Senator for Migori, Senator for Kilifi, Senator for Taita Taveta. Take your seat, please. And let the Honorable Senator for Nandi Bihari silence. You may proceed, Honorable Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that indulgence. I don't take it lightly, so that they can reason. This is a very serious matter that should worry the country.
Just proceed with your statement, Honorable Senator, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This underscores the need to strengthen and expedite the implementation of a secure, transparent, and fully functional digital land registration system, which is critical to restoring investor confidence and safeguarding property rights in the Republic. Mr. Speaker, sir, with your indulgence in this regard, I request the committee to address the following. 1, a framework outlining the process for the renewal or revalidation of existing title deeds under the Digital Land Registration System, DLRS, including safeguards to ensure legitimate land owners are not disenfranchised. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, sir, measures in place to prevent the migration of fraudulent, duplicated, or disputed title deeds under the Digital Land Registration System, and the criteria used to verify historical records, including how the digital system is addressing and resolve historical land ownership, disputes overlapping title deeds, and legacy land historical injustice during the digitization process. Number 3, Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee should give us the number of counties fully on board on the Digital Land Registration System platform and the key operational, technical, legal, and financial challenges affecting the nationwide rollout in the country. Mr. Speaker, sir, number 4, information on the data security protocols, audit trails, system integrity checks instituted to ensure accuracy, transparency, and accountability within the digital land registration systems, DLRS, outlining the role of county governments and land offices in the implementation and management of the digital land registration systems, including coordination mechanisms within the national government. Mr. Speaker, sir, finally, the measures taken to ensure equitable access to the digital platform for users in rural and marginalized areas such as coastal region, among other areas in this republic, including the infrastructure support, user training, and public awareness initiative in the country. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Abbas.
Honorable Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Education and Matters of National Concern regarding the continued placement of students to the Kenya Medical College Training KMTC by the Kenya Universities and Colleges Central Placement Services COOPS, and the exclusion of qualified students from diploma medical programs. Honorable Speaker, the issue has affected thousands of aspiring students from across the country, many of whom hail from marginalized regions and are eager to serve in Kenya health sector. However, the rigid and exclusionary placement criteria used by COOPS raise concerns regarding fairness and equity, alignment with the national healthcare workforce needs. In the statement, the committee should address the following: the framework under which COOPS continue to place students KMTC despite a court order of 24th July 2018 in petition number 3 of 2016, which declared such placements null and void and directed the KMTC should manage its own admissions independently. Two, the rationale behind the exclusion of students who score a mean grade of C+ and above from pursuing diploma medical courses at KMTC even after explicitly applying for them, and provide data on the number of such students affected over the past 3 years, 3 placement cycles. 3, the justification for placing such students in unrelated degrees programs they did not apply for after they had been declared ineligible for medical degrees placements. 4, measures being taken by the government to ensure that student preferences are respected and that the placement policies do not unjustly limit access to healthcare and training opportunities. 5, KMTC institutional capacity and legal autonomy to resume direct admissions to its programs as directed by the courts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Onyonka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Education on a matter of national concern regarding the promotion of 25,252 teachers by the Teacher Service Commission on the 2nd of April 2025. In the statement, Mr. Speaker, the committee should address the following issues: the criteria that was used and the methodology by the Teacher Service Commission in selecting teachers for promotion across different counties, and whether these criteria upheld the principles of merit, equity, and inclusivity. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, whether long-serving teachers with higher academic qualifications and graduations were either bypassed, while younger teachers with fewer qualifications and years of experience were promoted during the exercise, and if so, the justification for the same. Number 3, Mr. Speaker, the rationale behind the distribution model used, particularly with regard to counties which are densely populated but received fewer promotions. Number 4, whether a grievance redress and appeal mechanism was put in place for the teachers who felt aggrieved by this promotion process, and how many complaints the TSC has received and how many they have resolved up to date. Mr. Speaker, number 5, what measures are being implemented by the TSC to promote transparency, accountability, to address the long-standing cases of career stagnation of our teachers? Mr. Speaker, my statement, second one, is a request for a statement of kidney transplant operations at the Medihill Hospital in Eldoret. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Health on a matter of national concern regarding the irregularities involved human organ transplant at Medihill Hospital in Eldoret. In the statement, Mr. Speaker, the committee should address the following issues. Number one, whether the Ministry of Health has received and reviewed the report by the Kenya Blood Transfusion and Transplant Service, KBTTS, regarding flagged irregularities involving 372 kidney transplants conducted at Medihill Fertility and Transplant Center in Eldoret since 2018. Number two, Mr. Speaker, whether which protocols were used to verify donor-recipient relationships, consent procedures involving foreign recipients, and the involvement of foreign doctors and donors with no familial ties to recipients, and compliance with transplant eligibility criteria in licensed medical facilities. Number three, Mr. Speaker, the role of the Ministry of Health in ensuring that transplant centers had met ethical, clinical, and legal requirements, and an indication that the process that there is a process available for routine audits, compliance, and enforcement actions. Number four, Mr. Speaker, what is the licensing status of Medihill Hospital as a transplant center, and whether any investigations or reviews were done or any are underway to assess the compliance with the national health regulations. Number five, the extent to which online platforms may be facilitating whether the ministry is aware that there could be online platforms that may be facilitating the illegal sale of human organs, including kidneys, and the ministry's response to these concerns. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the last point would be, what steps is the Ministry of Health taking to strengthen the oversight of organ transplant services and to seal any loopholes observed in the system across all health facilities in our republic to enhance public trust in the transplant system as it is currently? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Chute.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I have a statement on equity in employment and workforce diversity in public, technical, and vocational education and training TVET institutions. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on National Cohesion, Equal Opportunity, and Regional Integration on a matter of national concern regarding equity in employment and workforce diversity in public, technical, and vocational education and training TVET institutions. In the statement, the committee should address the following. Number one, the total number of employees in each public TVET institutions in Kenya, disaggregated by counties of birth, gender, and job cadre. Number two, the number of employees recruited in each TVET institutions from 2022 to date, the positions advertised and filled within the same period, the qualification, recruitment for the advertised positions, and recruitment process followed in each recruitment exercise. Number three, the manner in which the principles of inclusivity, diversity, and equal opportunity have been observed during the recruitment and placement and promotion of employees in TVET institutions. Number four, the policies and guidelines in place to ensure equitable employment in TVET institutions, including the status of implementation of the policies and guidelines across the institutions. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Senator Fernandi, you've made a statement on title deeds. Senator Edwin Sifuna.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I have a statement to make on the Kenya Lionesses rugby team's victory in the HSBC Challenger Series. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 52.1 to make a statement on a matter of general topical concern, namely the remarkable victory by the Kenya Women's Sevens rugby team, fondly known as the Kenya Lionesses, in the World Rugby HSBC Challenger 2025 series. At the conclusion of the series in Krakow, Poland on Saturday, 12th April 2025, the Lionesses stood firmly at the top of the 12-team rankings after a commanding and resilient campaign. With this victory, they have secured their place in the HSBC Challenger playoffs, set for the first weekend of May 2025 in Los Angeles, USA. Mr. Speaker, sir, in March last year, I rose in this House under the same standing order to lament the deplorable treatment of the Lionesses by our sports authorities following their exclusion from the Africa Games in Accra, Ghana. Just 1 year later, through sheer determination, grit, and belief, this same team, under the leadership of Coach Dennis Mwanja, who I'm very proud to call my schoolmate, has quietly and effectively silenced the doubters by delivering results on the global stage. Their resurgence should signal to us all that with deliberate investment and support, not just rugby, but Kenyan sports as a whole can thrive. Mr. Speaker, sir, as the team heads to Los Angeles for the playoffs on the 3rd and 4th May 2025, they'll be pursuing the coveted co-status in the HSBC World Rugby, their upcoming playoffs. I urge the Kenya Rugby Union, the Ministry of Sports, corporate sponsors, and the general public to step up and invest in this team. The unfortunate tendency to favor foreign teams stems from deep-seated frustration with mismanagement and internal wrangles in local sports federations. I firmly believe that the success of the Lionesses can serve as a launchpad for a wider sports renaissance in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, sir, as a senator of Nairobi, our nation's capital, where youth unemployment remains a pressing crisis, I am constantly reminded of the urgent need to develop sports as an alternative source of employment and opportunity. But for this to happen, we need the national government, county governments, federations, and unions to do better. The Lionesses have given us a blueprint. A small team, working quietly with focus and unity, can achieve greatness without fanfare. We are a sports-loving nation. However, what we lack are the systems to nurture and elevate our talent, and the time to act is now. Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish to congratulate Coach Dennis Mwanja, the players, and the entire support staff of the Kenya Lionesses for their brilliant performances. I reaffirm my personal commitment to support them however I can. Should they secure co-status in Los Angeles, I am confident their visibility will grow and the deserved support will follow. I am immensely proud to be associated with this team. These Lionesses, Mr. Speaker, are the pride of Kenya. They are going places, and we shall be here to cheer them all the way. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Chute.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this is a statement on the recognition and honor of the brave individuals who tragically lost their lives in the plane crash of 10th April 2006. The Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 52.1 to make a statement on a matter of national concern, namely the recognition and honor of the brave individuals who tragically lost their lives in the Kenya Air Force Harbin Y-12. This is an aircraft from China, and the incident happened on 10th April 2006. The aircraft, which departed Nairobi for Marsabit, was carrying a delegation on a critical peace-building mission. Mr. Speaker, let me begin by extending my deepest sympathies to the families, friends, and colleagues of the departed. Though the years have passed, the weight of the loss continues to be deeply felt across the nation. On that day, Kenya lost committed leaders and public servants who had dedicated themselves to the cause of peace and national unity. Mr. Speaker, sir,
Just last week, we marked the anniversary of this national tragedy, a solemn reminder of the sacrifice made by those on board that ill-fated flight. We remember with profound respect the lives of Honorable Mirugi Kariuki, then Assistant Minister for Internal Security, Hon Titus Ngoyoni, then Assistant Minister for Regional Development, as well as Honorable Dr. Bonaya Godana, MP for Abdi Sasura, MP for Saku. Other lives were also lost in this national tragedy, including the then Moyale District Commissioner Peter Kingola, Lieutenant General retired Abdullahi Adan, who was an MP in East African Legislative Assembly, a reverend of the Anglican Church, Bishop William Wako, 2 police officers, the Provincial Intelligence Officer, an Undersecretary in the Office of the President, and 2 Kenya Air Force pilots. Honorable Speaker, these individuals were patriots, each of them committed to building a more peaceful and unified Kenya. They died while pursuing that noble mission en route to Marsabit, where they hoped to help mediate and reconcile communities torn by conflict. Their dedication to public service and their courage in the face of national challenges deserve our highest recognition. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is imperative that this House ensures their legacy is preserved. We must uphold the values they stood for, which is peace, justice, unity, and equal inclusion of all regions in our national development. Let us also not merely remember these people as men and women in words, but also honor them through deliberate action and institutions' memory. May their courage serve a constant reminder that the call to deserve often comes with great sacrifice, and that their ultimate sacrifice must not be in vain. Also, may their soul rest in eternal peace, and may their sacrifice never be forgotten. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Boni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 52-1 to make a statement on a matter of county-wide concern regarding the deepening personnel and physical crisis within the county government of Kakamega. This crisis, if left unchecked, threatens not only the welfare and morale of county workers, but also the overall stability of service delivery and public trust in the county's governance systems. Mr. Speaker, it has come to my attention that throughout the entire calendar of the year 2024, the county government of Kakamega deducted statutory pension contributions from its employees, but failed to remit the said deductions to the county pensions fund. This non-remittance has led thousands of county employees left in an extremely precarious financial situation, risking their long-term savings and retirement security. In addition to the pensions, the county government also failed to remit other critical statutory deductions, including, Mr. Speaker, those related to bank loan repayments, cooperative society contributions, and medical cover premiums. These omissions have led to penalties being imposed on our workers in Kakamega, some being blacklisted by credit reference bureaus, others being suspended of essential services, such as health insurance, and others faced with legal threats from financial institutions. County personnel are now facing immense personal and financial stress while continuing to serve under very difficult circumstances. Mr. Speaker, the dossier presented in my office indicates that despite routine deductions being reflected in employees' payslips, no transfers were made to the relevant third-party institutions. These include banks, insurance providers, cooperative societies, and pension schemes. It is deeply regrettable and alarming that even salary increments approved for the year 2023-24 financial year were not honored, and that certain cadres, such as early childhood development education teachers, health workers, and enforcement officers, were most affected. This trend points to systemic financial mismanagement by the governor and lack of accountability in the county's payroll systems. Honorable Speaker, sir, the consequences of these failures are dire. Staff morale has plummeted with widespread reports of delayed promotions, arbitrary changes in job designations, and lack of adherence to law that concern labor governing public service. Many health workers have reportedly relocated due to non-payment or underpayment, compromising service delivery in critical sectors like public health and sanitation. Moreover, the county's inability to meet its obligations and objectives to the Kenya Revenue Authority and the Local Authorities Provident Fund, LAP Fund, exposes it to legal penalties and disqualifies it from accessing critical financial incentives. Of even greater concern, Mr. Speaker, is that these breaches are occurring despite the County Assembly of Kakamega having passed all the necessary budgetary allocations to facilitate payments. The question that must now be answered is, where did the money go? The absence of the transparency in the handling of county finances has triggered justified fears of misappropriation, if not outright embezzlement of public funds. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm aware that a formal memorandum has since been submitted to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission detailing these malpractices. The memorandum includes documentary evidence outlining how these irregularities have persisted despite protests and formal notifications. The impunity with which public funds and workers' contributions have been handled in Kakamega cannot and should not be allowed to continue. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is on this basis that I call upon this House to stand with the people and workers of Kakamega County, and I urge relevant investigative bodies, particularly the EACC, to move with speed to establish the circumstances surrounding these violations, identify those responsible, and recommend immediate remedial actions. Furthermore, I call upon the Senate Committee on Finance and Budget to institute a targeted audit of the county's payroll and statutory remittances for the financial year 2023 and 2024. The finding must guide urgent reforms to protect the welfare of county staff and uphold physical discipline. Let this, Mr. Speaker, be a reminder to all county governments across the Republic that public trust is not a privilege to be abused. It is a responsibility to be safeguarded at all times, and the lives and livelihoods of public servants are not a collateral damage for political mismanagement or financial misconduct. Mr. Speaker, I thank you and hereby table the detailed memorandum that I received on the 18th of March 2025 that contains damaging allegations that, Mr. Speaker, speak to actual individuals and actual breaches going as high, Mr. Speaker, as corruption of the ESCC by the county government of Kakamega and high levels in the judiciary involving judges. I table.
Senator Maruma. Your statement is under 53-1. Yes. You may proceed.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to request for a statement on the deaths of arrested persons and inmates under state custody across the country. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations on a matter of national concern regarding the deaths of arrested persons and inmates under state custody across the country. Mr. Speaker, sir, my attention has been drawn to a particularly disturbing incident involving the unexplained death of Mr. Sylvester Mwangoji, popularly known as Mwangoji Wameeliza, while in custody at Veruga Police Post in Wundanyi Sub-County, Taita Taveta County, between the 11th and 12th of April 2025, following his arrest by the police. This case is not isolated and points to a worrying trend that raises critical questions about safety, treatment, and the rights of arrested persons under the custody of the state. It is deeply troubling that such deaths occur without prompt accountability, thorough investigations, or adequate reporting mechanisms. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1, whether the National Police Service and the Kenya Prison Service maintain an updated and publicly accessible register of all arrested persons and inmates who have died while in custody, and if so, provide a comprehensive list of these deaths from 2022 to date, including names, dates, places of deaths, causes of death, and the status of investigations or inquests conducted. 2, the deaths of inmates directly linked to actions or negligence by police officers, prison wardens, or other law enforcement personnel, and the disciplinary, administrative, or legal actions taken against officers found culpable. 3, the adequacy of the legal and institutional mechanisms that currently exist to safeguard the rights and welfare of arrested and detained persons in detention facilities. The independent bodies mandated to investigate these deaths and whether the findings of such investigations are made public. And lastly, the mechanism in place for the handling of bodies of persons who die while in police custody, including whether an autopsy is conducted in the presence of families of the deceased persons and the modalities of releasing bodies for burial. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, honorable senators, before I allow comments on these statements, I will allow the following to table their papers. The Chairperson Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations. That will be followed by the Chair Standing Committee on Finance and Budget, and then Chair Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources.
Honorable Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Senate today, 17th April 2025. Progress report of the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations on the operational and leadership crisis affecting the County Assembly of Anyamira. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, 17th of April 2025, report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the fourth basis for allocation of the share of national revenue among counties. I beg to lay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, 17th of April 2025. Report of the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources on the Environmental Laws Amendment Bill 2024, Senate Bills number 23 of 2024.
Now we will go back to do comments on the statements that have been sought, but before that, I will allow Senator Faki he has a statement to make. Proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I stand pursuant to Standing Order number 52-1 of the Senate Standing Orders to make a statement on a matter of a county-wide concern, namely the state of service delivery in Mombasa County. Mr. Speaker, sir, pursuant to Article 96 of the Constitution of Kenya, 2010, the Senate is mandated with representation, legislation, and oversight duties. The representation and legislation roles are undertaken in the Senate, while the oversight role is undertaken both at the Senate level and grassroots level by county assemblies. It is this oversight function that I seek to address in this statement. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Senate, through the Parliamentary Service Commission, has facilitated senators to undertake oversight functions in their respective counties. Although there were teething problems initially, this important function took off in January this year. In my county, I appointed a committee of 11 members in each of the 30 wards in Mombasa County. The 11 members of the Ward Oversight Committee were elected competitively in an open process at the respective wards. I also appointed a manager and oversight coordinator at the county level to coordinate the oversight process. During the January recess, together with the ward committees, I undertook a county-wide tour of the projects and facilities belonging to the county government of Mombasa. This visit took 60 days, with each day reserved for a sub-county, where we visited 5 wards, with the exception of Kisauni sub-county, where we covered 7 wards, and Jomvu sub-county, where we covered 3 wards. Mr. Speaker, sir, upon conclusion of the tour, the Oversight Committee, together with my office, retreated and prepared an interim report, which was shared with the Governor at his own invitation. We shared the interim report with the Governor in the presence of his Executive Committee, the Public Service Board, and County Secretary. Although the Governor undertook to respond to the issues in the report by 14th of April, no response had been received. We have no response was received from the County Government of Mombasa. Mr. Speaker, sir, during the tour, we held public forums in every sub-county. We visited 30 health facilities, including the Coast General Teaching and Referral Hospital. We also visited social halls, markets, fire stations, stadia, including the Mombasa Municipal Stadium, which is now named Mombasa Sports Complex. We have also visited early childhood development centers, facilities owned by the county government of Mombasa. We also had candid discussions with the medical personnel, market masters, and other county employees. We saw firsthand the problems encountered by the county staff in the execution of their duties. They shared a number of challenges that they face in their day-to-day work within the county. Mr. Speaker, sir, we thereafter prepared our final report with the input from the Auditor General's reports, the Controller of Budget reports, the County Integrated Development Plans, CIDPs, and the Annual Development Plans. The report is a collection of our personal observation and the existing reports by the different officers involved in county oversight. We also had an engagement with the civil society organizations, CSOs, operating within Mombasa County, and they gave valuable comments which you have taken on board in the report. Mr. Speaker, sir, the findings in the report may be at variance with the Auditor General's reports, and I wish to state that the Auditor General was given a copy of the interim report for her comments, but none were received. Mr. Speaker, sir, I do not wish to go into detailed findings in the report. Suffice to say that as senators, we need to do more on our oversight role. We need to mobilize our people to take keen interest in functions and programs of our county governments. As the guardians of devolution, we need to take a leading role in this. We should fight misuse of county resources the same way we fight intrusion into devolution functions, so that devolution can attain its stated goals and objectives. It is, Mr. Speaker, sir, it is the first time the senators have taken this oversight function through individual senators, and we may not have a precedent to guide us. However, this could be a case study, and we could build on this as we chart our devolution course. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to thank the Parliamentary Service Commission for availing these funds for the oversight function. Although the amount is little compared to the work that needs to be done, I believe we can build on it. I also want to thank Mr. Ibrahim Hamis Babangida, who is the chair of the Oversight Committee, and all the members for the good work and sacrifice they made. We have set a standard that could be replicated in the whole country. I thank also my office staff for the work and support extended to the Oversight Committee. Mr. Speaker, sir, I finally wish to lay a copy of this report on the table of the Senate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Now we'll move to comments on these statements for a period for not more than 20 minutes. Honorable Senators, if you have the opportunity to speak, keep it under 3 minutes. Well, there is another statement here under Standing Order 52-1 by Senator Olekina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 52-1, I rise to make a statement on the need to institutionalize strategic foresight and anticipatory governance in the Senate of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, sir, we live in a time of accelerated change defined by interconnected global crises, rapid demographic shifts, disruptive technologies, as well as climate and environmental volatility that threaten both our livelihood and legacy. In this regard, parliaments must not now only legislate for the present, but also design policies with the future in mind. Strategic foresight is a forward-looking, long-term approach to policy making that enables institutions to anticipate emerging trends, risks, and opportunities, and to adopt more resilient, inclusive, and sustainable legislation. Anticipatory governance, Mr. Speaker, on the other hand, refers to the integration of foresight into institutional decision-making process, ensuring that laws and oversight functions serve not only the current generation, but also the generation to come. In recognition of the strategic importance of foresight in governance, I championed the establishment of the bipartisan Senate Future Caucus, which was born out of a collective recognition that governance must evolve beyond immediate concerns and short-term decision-making. We need a forward-thinking, proactive, and anticipatory approach to our governance that ensure Kenya remain resilient, adaptable, and competitive in the ever-changing global landscape. The work of this caucus is to ensure that our policies and needs today do not compromise the prosperities of Kenya's future generations. Mr. Speaker, sir, a sobering reminder of the consequences of legislations without foresight is the recent nationwide protest of June 25th, 2024. This young-led movement was not a spontaneous outburst, but a culmination of systemic neglect of youth, voices economic pressures, and a deep disconnect between government policies and public sentiments towards the system. Had the government institutionalized mechanism for meaningful public participation and scenarios planning, we might have detected the signs earlier and acted before frustration turned into protest. Had we considered long-term thinking in our legislation proposals, perhaps we may have turned our appetite for unsustainable debt that has now pushed our tax Kenyans heavily to meet our obligation. Mr. Speaker, sir, as chair of the Senate Future Caucus, I'm proud to be spearheading future thinking within this House. The caucus has this past weekend held an impactful induction strategic foresight retreat in the Great Masai Mara Game Reserve, where we laid the groundwork for institutionalizing a culture of anticipatory governance thinking in the Senate of Kenya. The retreat brought together members of the Senate Future Caucus, including myself, the chairperson, Senator Professor Margaret Kamar, Senator Karungu Thangwa, Senator Hamida Kibwana, Senator Crystal Asige, Senator Gatayo Mofaya, and Senator Wakili Hilary Sigei. Other members of the Future Caucus included Senator Moses Kajwang, Senator Abdul Haji, Senator Richard Onyonga, Senator William Kisang, Senator Kidhuri Murungu, Senator Abbas Sheikh, Senator Professor Tom Ojenda, Senator Captain Ali Roba, Senator Beatrice Akinyi, Senator Eddie Gisheru, Senator Edwin Sifuna, Senator Mohamed Chute, and Senator Wamatinga Mohammed. Nonetheless, sorry, I beg, Wamatinga Wahome, not Mohammed. Nonetheless, there is still a lot of work required to establish a formal legislative framework for foresight while ensuring institutional commitment and accountability. Across the world, parliaments such as Finland, Uruguay, and Philippines have embedded futures thinking into the legislative architecture. These legislatures have equipped their institutions with foresight tools, conducting scenarios planning, and engaging experts and citizens in shaping long-term agendas. Legislatures that have embraced foresight don't just react to crises, they anticipate them. They don't just manage problems, they create opportunities through their legislative proposal. They can better allocate resources, understand the long-term impact of laws, and ensure that legislation is robust enough to withstand the test of time. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, Kenya must not be left behind. The Senate, as the upper house of Parliament, must lead the way in innovating our approach to governance and ensuring Kenya takes the lead on the continent in institutionalizing foresight. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I attended a highly acclaimed UN Summit of the Future, which took place last year in September, and heads of states from all around the world were in attendance and made commitment to safeguard the interest of future generations. During the summit, Mr. Speaker, His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Ruto, pledged to embed foresight across all levels of government. This is an important commitment to which we must hold him accountable. Mr. Speaker, I take this opportunity to applaud the senators who participated for their forward-looking leadership and commend our partners, the School of International Futures, the Westminster Foundation for Democracy, and Longview Consult, notably Dr. Katindi Sivi, for their steadfast commitment to capacity building and global best practices. I also thank the Senate Liaison Office for logistically and institutional support. Mr. Speaker, the lack of structured approach to foresight, however, risks us passing legislation that may become obsolete in the short term and failing in our duty to protect future generations. We may overlook warning signs that could protect our economy, environment, and our people. Ultimately, we risk governing reactively instead of proactively. I therefore propose the following concrete steps to embed foresight and anticipatory governance in the Senate. Number one, amendment of the Senate standing orders to formally recognize foresight as a core component of legislative process. Number two, capacity building of all Senate committee through technical training in foresight methodologies, including horizon scanning system thinking, and scenarios development. Number three, strengthening the Senate Future Caucus with adequate technical support to research and coordinate foresight approach across committees. Number four, enhance the role of Senate Liaison Office to conduct futures-oriented research and policy analysis. Number five, training of Senate staff across relevant departments to institutionalize futures thinking and subsequent improved support of members of this House. Number six, Mr. Speaker, drafting of legislation in this House with due consideration paid to intergeneration fairness, as well as mandating pre-legislative and post-legislative scrutiny with a foresight approach. Mr. Speaker, sir, this is not just about procedural refinement. It is a paradigm shift. It is a necessary transition from reactive transitional leadership to proactive and value-based governance. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Senate of Kenya must lead foresight to safeguard the future of this republic and the inherent of Kenyan future generation. And finally, I therefore urge all honorable senators to support this agenda, not just for us, but for the generation whose voices are yet heard, the Kenyans of tomorrow. I thank you.
Now, the statement pursuant to Standing Order 57, the statement by the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, pursuant to Standing Order number 57.1, I hereby present the business of this Senate for the week commencing Tuesday, 6th May 2025. Honorable Speaker, the status of the legislative business pending before the Senate is as follows. 54 bills, of which 42 are at the second stage reading, 12 are at the Committee of the Whole, 21 motions are pending conclusion, 27 petitions are pending conclusion, out of which 17 are due for reporting by the respective standing committees, and 590 statements pursuant to Standing Order number 53.1 are under consideration by the standing committees. Mr. Speaker, I am reading this statement on behalf of the Leader of the Majority, and allow me, Mr. Speaker, to add on this particular point for the benefit of the Committee of Finance and especially for the ears of Senator Dulo, that there is no discrimination when we are handling statements. The reasons why her statements are taken long to come is because we handle statements first come, first served. She should be patient, and if she has got any doubts, she's free to write to us. We shall answer her in writing. Honorable Senators, it is noteworthy that the Part 2 of the 4th session, the Senate passed 6 bills and referred them to the National Assembly for consideration, as well as 11 motions on various matters whose resolutions have been referred to the concerned implementing agencies. In addition, Mr. Speaker, you may recall that the Senate agreed to the National Assembly amendments to the Persons with Disabilities Bill, Senate Bills number 7 of 2023. This bill has since been transmitted to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, for assent. I take this opportunity to thank honorable senators for availing themselves to dispense with business as highlighted. However, from the foregoing, it is evident that the business before the Senate is a lot. It is my wish and that of the Senate leadership that as we proceed for the recess at the rise of the Senate today, we shall redouble our efforts to ensure that significant progress is made on the business upon resumption from regular sittings. And I hasten to add on my behalf and on behalf of the Lion of Narok, which has been meandering into Kajiado without permission.
Senator
we are very
Boni.
grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Boni, just take your seat first. Order, honorable senators. Senator Boni, compose yourself, because I've given you some latitude. First, how you are addressing your colleague, Senator Fatuma, and you got away with it. Here you are referring your colleague as a lion. The standing orders are very clear on how to refer your colleague. You should refer your colleague as the Honorable Senator for Narok County.
Mr. Speaker, I apologize and I stand guided. I meant the distinguished senator of Narok, who is also the chief whip on the side of the minority, aka the Lion of Narok, aka the lion that meanders into Kajiado and causes a lot of pain to some predators who also sit in this house, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Boni, can you conclude that statement?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I was doing it on his behalf because we are so grateful, honorable members. This week,
Honorable Senator Boni,
we were able to vote.
Can you read it verbatim and conclude, please? You're reading it on behalf of your majority leader. Just read it as written. Don't
Thank you,
explain it.
Mr. Speaker. From now onwards, I'll read it as written, but want to advise the Secretariat that they be consulting the leadership of the minority on both sides. We have a serious input we can put here, which keeps on missing every week. Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday,
Just proceed and conclude, Honorable Senator.
Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday, 6th May 2025, the Senate Business Committee will meet to consider the business of the week. The tentative business for that day will include business not concluded from today's order paper, as well as the business indicated in the notice paper. The tentative business for the morning sitting Wednesday, 7th of May 2025 will include scheduled questions to Cabinet Secretaries as approved by the Senate Business Committee, as well as motions. The questions scheduled are as follows. Question 65, to the Cabinet Secretary, Cooperatives, Microfinance, Small and Medium Enterprises Development by Senator Joyce Korir. Question 34, to the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury Economic Planning by Honorable Enoch Wambua MP. Question 35, to the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning, Senator James Murango MP. Question number 43, to the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning, Senator Professor Thomas Ojienda, Senior Counsel MP. Question 52, on the questions to the Cabinet Secretary for the Education, Senator Catherine Muma, MP, Senior Counsel in Waiting. Question 53, to the Cabinet Secretary for Education, Senator Edwin Sifuna, still very far from Senior Counsel. Question 60, to the Cabinet Secretary for Education, Senator George Mbugua, MP. Question 61, to Cabinet Secretary for Education, Senator Joyce Korir, MP. Question 64, to the Cabinet Secretary for Education by Senator Dr. Boni Khalwale, CBS, MP. Question 71, to the Cabinet Secretary for Education by Senator Daniel Manzo, MP. The tentative business for the afternoon sitting on Wednesday, 7th May 2025 will include business not concluded on Tuesday, 6th May 2025 and the following. A, bills at the second reading. The County Government's Procedure Bill, the Creative Economy Support Bill, the County Government's Bill, the Labor Migration Management Bill, the Street Naming and Property Addressing Systems Bill. B, bills at the Committee of the Whole, namely the Nuts and Oils Crops Bill, the Cooperative Societies Bill, the County Government's Elections Laws Amendment Bill, the Public Fundraising Bills, the Environment Laws Amendment Bill, the County Civic Education Bill, the Heritage and Museums Bill, the County Library Services Bill, and the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill. Now, Mr. Speaker, the projected business on Thursday, 8th May 2025, will include business not concluded on the order paper for Wednesday, May 7th, 2025, and any other business scheduled by the Senate Business Committee. In addition to the business as listed above, there are bills at the mediation stage which need to be dispensed with. This include the Natural Resources Benefit Sharing Bill, the Employment Amendment Bill, the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill, the Food and Feed Safety Control Coordination Bill, and the Gambling Control Bill. I urge the mediation committees to use the recess to finalize on the mediation process and table reports for consideration by the two houses. Honorable Speaker, as honorable senators are aware, the Senate is scheduled to proceed on recess at the rise of the Senate today, in accordance with the Senate calendar. I therefore take this opportunity to wish all honorable senators a happy Easter and a fruitful engagement with their constituents within their counties, families, friends, and relatives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, yes, Senator for Nyamira.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I wanted to rise on a point of order. I've just perused a report that has been tabled before the House by the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations. It's a progress report on the operational and the leadership crisis affecting the County Assembly of Nyamira. Mr. Speaker, I rose on a point of order on 1st of April, and I sought the committee to deal with 4 issues. Mr. Speaker, I've had the opportunity to peruse the report, and I want to thank the chair of the Devolution Committee and the members for the attention that they gave this matter and for the speed at which they have tabled the report before the House. I, on behalf of the people of Nyamira, want to thank the Chair and the committee, especially on the resolution I've seen that states that the sittings of the County Assembly should henceforth be held at the County Assembly building opposite Kenya Industrial Estates, Nyamira. I'm hopeful, Mr. Speaker, that the people of Nyamira will appreciate the intervention of the Senate and that we are not going to have two parallel sittings henceforth in the county government of Nyamira. That is a really big milestone, Mr. Speaker, for me and for the people of Nyamira. This dispute has been ongoing since October last year. I brought it here on 1st of April, and the Senate of the Republic of Kenya has moved with speed and resolved the issue. I'm sure this will be a matter that will be applauded by the citizens of the county government of Nyamira. Now, Mr. Speaker, there are a number of issues that are purely legal that may not be resolved by the Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations Committee. Mr. Speaker, if you read my statement, I had sought from the committee to tell the House the legal status of the sittings that were held outside the official premises of the County Assembly and the effects of those sittings. Mr. Speaker, that issue has not been resolved by the committee, and I believe rightly so, because that's a matter that should squarely fall within the Legal, Justice, and Human Rights Committee. Second, Mr. Speaker, there is another issue I'd sought on the legal standing on all the businesses that had been transacted by the two factions, especially the faction that was led by a speaker who had been impeached. Mr. Speaker, and that's my final point, if you read, Mr. Speaker, the documents that have been tabled before the court, there is a finding in petition number E008 of 2024 where Justice Okwani states that she gave the initial orders in that case erroneously and that she did not have the jurisdiction to entertain the issues that were before her. Mr. Speaker, I would like that matter, and the second matter being petition number E001 of 2024 that was filed before the Employment and Labor Relations Court at Kisii, being Constitutional and Human Rights Division, that's petition number 1 of 2024. Mr. Speaker, if you read that affidavit, which appears at page 244 of the report, the Speaker says that he was present during the vote, when the vote to impeach him was taken, and that he intends to have the High Court declare the impeachment process to be unconstitutional. Mr. Speaker, I would like the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee to tell this House what is the import of a Speaker moving to court after impeachment, seeks a conservatory order, and the court declines to issue a conservatory order. What happens to the resolution that was passed by the County Assembly? Because those issues are weighty and legal in nature, Mr. Speaker, and because these are urgent issues that need to be resolved so that we can have resumption of normal operations in the County Assembly of Nyamira, I seek, Mr. Speaker, sir, that you refer those issues to the Justice, Legal Affairs, and Human Rights Committee for determination. And I'm making this request, Mr. Speaker, as the senator who rose and sought for answers from the Committee of Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations. But I thank the senators, Mr. Speaker, who dealt with this matter. I'm also happy that they have directed the sittings of the Assembly, Mr. Speaker, to proceed in accordance with the Constitution of Kenya and the law, meaning, Mr. Speaker, that anybody who has gone to court and has not obtained any orders, he should respect the constitutional process that has taken place. We do that all the time, Mr. Speaker. Because the matter is urgent, I will seek your direction, Mr. Speaker,
that the committee reports on that matter within 14 days. Thank you.
Now, honorable senators, we are not debating the report. I think guidance has been sought on two issues, where we do appreciate the good work that has been done by the committee on. Let me dispense with this issue that has been raised by Senator Fonyamira. While we do appreciate the good work that has been done by the Abbas-led committee, indeed, it is true. I have perused the report myself before approving it for tabling. There are two issues that remain unresolved in that particular matter. And those two issues are as given by the Senator Fonyamira. One, the committee ought to have looked at and indeed indicated in the report and recommended and guided the House what is the legal status of the sittings that were held outside the normal designated area. That's one. What is the legal implication of those two sittings? And the second limb was the Speaker of the County Assembly of Nyamira, having been impeached, he went to court seeking conservatory orders. The court declined. He decided to still come back and proceed, or rather came back to continue working as a Speaker. So what is the legal implication of the actions of the Speaker? Now, honorable senators, those are truly legal matters. Those two issues are legal matters, and they're better probed by JLAC. And therefore, while we appreciate the very good work that has gone into this report up to the time of tabling, I will be directing, and I do direct, that JLAC takes up those two issues, those two legal issues, to come and inform the House on whether the proceedings that took place outside the areas that is designated for transacting county assembly matters in Nyamira are valid, those two sittings, or rather to give us the legal implication of the sittings that were done outside the designated chamber in Nyamira. And secondly, to guide the House on the implication of the Speaker who, after impeachment, decided to continue working as a Speaker, the impeachment notwithstanding. So I will be referring those two aspects to JLAC for determination and guidance to the House. JLAC will process those two aspects, and they will have they have 60 days, but looking at the urgency of this particular matter, I will be requesting JLAC to report to the House much earlier than the 60 days that we always give committees to deliberate on matters and table reports. If we can be able to have a response, or if we can be able to have a report from JLAC within 21 days, that is 1 week into the coming session. We are going on recess today for 2 weeks. If JLAC can take 3 weeks from today to table the matter, because this matter is extremely urgent. What's happening in Nyamira is not something that we should let it continue for even a minute, but because the committee needs to sit and probe this matter, let me allow them to do their work within 21 days and table a report so as to guide the Senate in making a recommendation on these two matters. It is so guided. Now, honorable senators, allow me then to go to the comments on the statements that have been sought. I will call upon Senator Thangwa Karungo to take the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. As I give my comments, may it be known that I am Karungo Wadhangwa, Senator for Kiambu. Yeah, because, Mr. Speaker, you can be just like Senator Zifuna, a senator for Nairobi, but from Kakamega. Mr. Speaker,
Order, Honorable Senator. Senator Karungo, just to remind you, I had earlier on communicated that if you have an opportunity to speak, keep it under 3 minutes.
Okay, I'll do so, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's because we are treated
What is your point of order, Senator for Nairobi?
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 105, the remarks by the Senator for Kiambu are not only in bad faith, but they're also not factual. He has allocated an origin to me that is very strange to me. I don't come from Kakamega. I don't understand why. I am the senator for Nairobi. I don't know what. Yeah. I don't come from Kakamega. That is the whole point.
Order,
So
honorable senators. I think Senator Sifuna knows where he comes from.
Correct.
He has stated that he comes from Nairobi. So any other assertion is not factual, and therefore ought to be withdrawn. So proceed to withdraw that aspect, Senator Karungo, and conclude your remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's only yesterday he was saying that his mother doesn't have network all the way from Western.
That's his mother, honestly.
In
Senator
Western,
Karungo.
Mr. Speaker, it's only yesterday here that there is no network from where he comes from. And he was asking the CS Kabogo to make sure they have network. Anyway, I withdraw and apologize. He knows where he comes from. Mr. Speaker, let me comment on the statement that was requested by Senator Omtata. Mr. Speaker, this is an issue of compensation. And I think as a Senate, we need to stop every other business when we come back, Mr. Speaker, and deliberate on the issues of compensation for the persons affected, for the project-affected persons. We call them PAPs, Mr. Speaker. This mandate is given to NLC, National Land Commission, that whenever a person or an individual or a community, they are affected by an infrastructure, whether a road or a building or a bridge, they should be compensated, Mr. Speaker. And NLC is the one that is mandated to make sure that they are compensated. But this is not the case, Mr. Speaker, because they never get their money. I think as a Senate, we should make it mandatory for NLC, before they agree the signing of any contract, that those affected persons should be compensated or must be compensated before, Mr. Speaker, the contract commences, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, through the memories from the Roads Committee, Mr. Speaker, I remember...
Mr. Speaker, long went.
Oh, Madam Speaker. Oh, Madam Speaker. Sorry for that. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I remember very well in the Roads Committee, we had these issues. The people of Kabete, the people of Gitaru, the people of Ndeia, all in Kiambu County, have not been compensated. We even, in the Roads Committee, in the files there are people from all the way from Elgeyo Marakwet, from 1975, Madam Speaker. They have never been compensated. And this is happening even today, Madam Speaker. I think we need to stop every other business, because this is a matter of national importance, that the government is trespassing on people's properties, Madam Speaker. Because when you build road on somebody's private land and you deny them compensation, you're a thief. You're stealing, you're grabbing their land, Madam Speaker. So I think this is something that we really need to discuss. The other issue that was raised by Senator Aledama, Madam Speaker, about the Senate caucus on futures, Mr. Speaker. It is time for us to think about the laws that help the generation.
Just give him 30 seconds to finish, please. Will that be adequate?
Yeah, what I was saying, Madam Speaker, is that it's good for us as a Senate and also the National Assembly. When we come up with the laws, we should think about the next generation. We should make laws for prosperity. Before any law is passed by this House, we should be asking ourselves, how is it going to affect our country in the next 5, 10 years? That is what exactly Senator Ledama was saying. And I urge the House to support that we do have a standing committee on futures. That is foresight, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Senator Oruoba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to add my voice on Senator Onyonka's statement about illegal organ transport, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this has since been brought to the public and to the limelight, Madam Speaker, that our youth particularly are being recruited by rogue agents, particularly in the area of Eldoret, Madam Speaker. They're being recruited to sell their kidneys, Madam Speaker, for less than 1,000 USD. Actually, now the going rate apparently is 250,000 to 300,000 for a kidney, Madam Speaker. And it has become such a lucrative business apparently for these agents, because once they do that, they are selling these organs, these kidneys, at about 9 million Kenya shillings to India. Madam Speaker, we have a whole group of cartels who are actually, they have organized that space in a way that it has become a norm in Eldoret particularly, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to say that it is unfortunate that this has even spread down to the labor export agents, Madam Speaker. Agents who are supposed to be taking people to go and work abroad are now looking for desperate youth to ensure that they harvest their organs, they make a killing in between for agency fee. Some are being lied to that they are going to work outside, Madam Speaker, and it's all under the government watch, Madam Speaker. So I hope when this statement is being dealt with, that we are not just going to give a report as usual, Madam Speaker. We have to see arrests. There are so many of our desperate youth who have ended up with severe complications because they are being told you'll get 300,000 instantly. Some are being promised with an exchange of a boda, Madam Speaker. Can you imagine? Someone is just, because they are so desperate, they're saying, let me give out my kidney so I can get a boda and start, earning and living, Madam Speaker. So I think this is unfortunate. This is not what this government intended to do with our youth. And it's a very, very unfortunate event. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Sifuna.
Madam Speaker, I rise to comment on the statement by Senator Onyonka. But before I do, I have forgiven my counterpart from Kiambu. During the campaigns, we had a campaign where we used to transport people from Murima. They go and see how Western region and the lake looks like. We take our people from Western. They also come and see the difference between Kiambu, Muranga, and the others. Because some Kenyans, Madam Speaker, because they have never gone past their homes and their home areas, they don't know the difference between Kakamega, Bungoma, Vihiga, and Trans Nzoia. So to him, we all look the same. He looks at me and he says, Halwale. we all look the same. But there is need for a cultural exchange, which is why it was terrible that Senate Mashinani, which was scheduled to happen in Busia last year, was cancelled. I think the senator for Kiambu would have benefited from that trip. Madam Speaker, I also watched with horror last night on the news these reports of organ harvesting at a very credible, hitherto credible medical facility in Eldoret. And many of us actually have even sought services there. Many of our parents, especially from Western Kenya, they consider this facility a very credible facility. In fact, when the late Lawrence Sifuna passed, that is a facility that was taking care of him. So we were in shock, Madam Speaker. But it points to a greater problem in the country, not just the exploitation of young people, the economic situation in the country, that Kenyans are so desperate now that they consider some of the parts of their bodies not useful, available for sale, so that they can eat. They can feed one organ, the stomach only, Honorable Speaker. It is a sad situation. And then in the papers in the morning, I read that there were top ministry officials in the Ministry of Health that doctored the report on this organ harvesting and trafficking business to remove what they call damning sections of that report, I think those are the people the committee should go for. Because if we are unable to provide a good living for our people such that they can be exploited like this, we at the very minimum should be able to catch the people who are exploiting them when it happens in the circumstances that have happened with the Medihill in Eldoret. So, Honorable Speaker, I think our committee should focus on those people. We want the original report, the unadulterated report, so that we know the culprits and we prescribe the best punishment for them. There should be arrests, as the senators who have spoken before me have said. And I don't know what is happening to professionalism in this country. I think, Dr. Khalwale, you must speak to this. Even those KMPDU, the unions, and the, the other one is called Kenya Medical Association or what? The Doctors Registration Body. They also need now to enforce ethical behavior within their own profession. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Cherarki.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support the statement on the issue of kidney transplant operations by Medihill Hospital in Eldoret. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I used to think this Medihill group of hospitals was credible. As my colleagues have said, a number of us have sought medical services, but I watch with horror, gnashing of teeth, and with a lot of afraid, Madam Speaker, when I saw that some of our young people the hospital was facilitating the transplant of kidney to Israel, Madam Speaker, and I'm happy the Israel Embassy in Nairobi has issued a statement condemning and saying they are willing to partner in the investigation. Now, Madam Speaker, and you remember in the last, some of the leaders of Medihill, in the last session, colleagues who are not in parliament, when you used to go to Keses constituency, TVs were being given out, cows were being given out, and many things. Kumbe, they were just selling human organs to go and donate in campaigns in Keses constituency, Madam Speaker, and it was very sad that 372 organ transplant has been done. Madam Speaker, it's very unfortunate. The Ministry of Health must be called out for sanctioning and approving this process. I know in Kenya we don't have a proper law on how organ harvesting, selling organ transplant should be done. But it is a wake-up call that anybody who participated in this illegal syndicate of organ transplant and organ harvesting must be brought to book. I watch with pain that some of the young people who sold kidneys and other organs have now become weak. They cannot do anything, Mr. Speaker, even participating in conjugal rights, Mr. Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, so it's very unfortunate that this country is becoming like this. And I heard today Maina Kageni and Mwalimu Kingang in the morning at Classic 105, saying even some Kenyans, the economic situation is so sad that some Kenyans might even want to sell some parts of their body, like even fingernails and toes, Madam Speaker, so that they can cover. So it means there is a deeper problem of economic challenges in this country. We must come out, and I want to call out professional bodies and Ministry of Health to sanction all officials who participated in this syndicate, Madam Speaker. And in future, I want to warn Kenyans, when you see politicians giving out money without explaining their source of that money, be very careful. Because the same hospital were being used by politicians to get even elected to seats, Madam Speaker. So be very careful. Finally, on Teacher Service Commission promotions, I agree Teacher Service Commission is now the headquarters of corruption. They should be called to order. They were given 1 billion, they only promoted 25,000 teachers, and there was a lot of political patronage. TSC has been accused that they have even left their work of recruitment to other agencies, including politicians. They must be called out. Well, I support those statements, Madam Speaker.
Senator Okenyuri.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to begin by supporting the statement by Senator Onyonka on promotion for the just concluded exercise by TSC. Madam Speaker, when I use the words of Senator Cherargei, TSC is actually the headquarters of corruption, Madam Speaker. Notorious officials who I call rogue are actually soliciting for resources from very teachers who are already in a deplorable state, Madam Speaker, for them to get promoted. In the just concluded exercise, you have a teacher who has been in the service for over 17 years who didn't get promotion. But on the other hand, you have a teacher who has just joined service for just 1 year and they were promoted, Madam Speaker. How do you explain that, Madam Speaker? If I actually use the words of a trade unionist by the name Benjamin Burombo, who actually said, when I'm fighting for African rights, the other hand is busy keeping away Africans who are fighting me. Madam Speaker, I know corruption will always fight back, but this is not an issue we are going to relent about, because teachers will largely accept that also they deserve some kind of support and well remuneration, so that they also can have the motivation to keep doing the service they are offering to Kenyans, Madam Speaker. So I want to call out TSC, and the officers in those offices have actually overstayed. But my worry is, even if they are going to be reshuffled, the culture is the same. It runs from the national to the ground, Madam Speaker. So I want to really say whatever they are doing will not be entertained. Madam Speaker, I also want to support the statement by Senator Cherargei on the tariff that has been imposed by the US government, Madam Speaker. That has effects on us, Madam Speaker, and I think as a country we need, on a serious note, to look at the engagement we are having with other countries. Just the other day, South Sudan banned having tea imports, Madam Speaker, from Kenya. That on a trickle-down effect, most tea farmers are going to suffer huge losses, and as a result, we are also going to generate revenue, Madam Speaker. So on a quick, the committee that is going to look on that issue is my committee, Trade, Madam Speaker, and I want to promise Senator Cherargei that we are going to look deeply in that matter so that we sort out most of those challenges that have been addressed by the Nandi warrior, Senator Cherargei. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Halwade.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, the issue by Senator Mtata about compensation is very serious. It is only today, when it has come into public domain, that Professor PLO Lumumba has sued Honorable Nixon Korir, PS Lands, because they have embezzled 184 families of money meant for compensation for areas where the standard gauge rail line passed through. Nixon Korir with some other senior officers at the Ministry of Lands. Parliament, we must wake up to these things. Lumumba should not be doing our work. We should by now have removed Nixon Korir from office to pave way for comprehensive investigations. How do you investigate the PS when he's in control of all the data that the courts will require to nail him? Mr. Speaker, I demand that Nixon Korir steps down as a PS and await the outcome of the investigations. Mr. Speaker.
What's your point of order, Senator Eddy?
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Order, Senator Cherargei, please.
Madam Speaker, 101. Standing order 101. The majority whip who oversights the government has brought to the attention of this House very serious things happening in the government where he's the whip.
Senator Eddy, what's your point of order under which standing?
That's the point of order, Madam Speaker. I've said point of order number 105, 101, Madam Speaker. And the issue that he has brought to us, Madam Speaker, is that there is a PS that he has alleged has embezzled some funds that must resign, and he has used the word demand, which I respect because he's the whip who has demanded that. It's unanswered, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, under 101, is it in order?
Senator Eddy, can you cite the standing order under which you are acting? No. Oh, I didn't hear that. So.
Madam Speaker said 101.
Hear that.
I was just saving you the reading.
Yeah.
Under 101, Madam Speaker, can we discuss
the conduct of an individual without a substantive motion. Can the whip be directed to give us a substantive motion? Because, Madam Speaker, this is a very serious issue. Where embezzlement is involved, may you direct the whip to bring a substantive motion on the said PS so that we can be able to converse, and doesn't demand it just out of the blues. The demand is obsolete if it doesn't have any power given by this House, Madam Speaker. Can you give us the substantive motion?
Senator Halwale, you have had the point of order. Would you please withdraw your demands around the PS and bring before this House the matter in the proper manner so that it can be discussed?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll do as directed. I will be able to handle it in the proper manner. Mr. Speaker, for purposes of this
first withdraw the demand that...
yes, I withdraw the demand.
Thank you.
Until guided by a resolution of the House. Madam Speaker, allow me to use this opportunity. There was a time when I was your age, Senator for Migori, and the nominated Senator Gloria, who keeps on screaming from the back there. There was a time we were your age. And we learned from the senior politicians in this House to be good legislators.
Senator Halwale, please don't use unparliamentary language in respect of colleagues.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if I may go to my contribution. On the issue of raised by Senator Onyonka, Madam Speaker, about human organ trafficking, I want to call upon the chairman of the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Board, Professor Stanley Khainga, who was my classmate from high school all the way through medical school. Professor Khainga, the eyes of the country are on you. You should have, accompanied by the PS Health, accompanied by CS Health, accompanied by CS Internal Security, all should have gone to Eldoret to go and close down this thing you're calling a hospital. How can it be, as I saw some so-called CEO of that hospital, I saw on TV, struggling to say that they are a world-class center of doing kidney transplants. And as she said so, she spoke in broken English. A world-class center cannot employ people who are illiterate. They should not play around with the children of the poor. I want to see a child of a minister going to donate, a child of a PS going to donate a kidney for somebody who is unknown to them. Mr. Speaker, in medical ethics, you donate organs within families. And before that donation is done, you do everything up to and including DNA. We cannot just allow people to be exploited. What a pity. 300,000 shillings in exchange of an organ that will turn your life completely, in exchange of conmanship by people who will get millions of shillings from that organ. It must stop. We must protect the poor. And if it's not,
Senator Halwale, you can finalize in 30 seconds. In 30 seconds.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I finalize by addressing the Minister of Health. He is not going to intimidate anybody. The Minister of Health is on record bragging that although he is not a doctor, he knows more than a doctor. Duale, please. Please, you are a small boy. I saw you found me in this parliament.
Senator Halwale, please withdraw those words. Don't use unparliamentary language.
Okay, I withdraw the small boy part, but caution him again and again to stop playing with doctors. He should go and reflect what became of his classmates with whom they were in high school. How was he performing in class compared to his classmates who went to medical school? He owes them some degree of respect. Being appointed as a minister does not make you supernaturally clever. In fact, there are Kenyans who would be making this government performing better if they were the ones in those ministerial dockets. Mahoba.
Senator Mutinda.
Madam Speaker, I do rise to make comments on Senator Cherargei's statement in regards to the 10% tariff that has been imposed to the Kenyan exports by United States of America. Madam Speaker, we all agree very much that tea, coffee, the horticulture, textile, but especially tea and coffee are the highest economic horticultural products that we have in this country. And the increase of these tariffs, Madam Speaker, definitely then will impact negatively as far as the revenues for these two products are concerned. I hope and believe that the committee that has been assigned this particular discussion will be able to look into this so that we do not really water down the efforts of our farmers in the tea sector and the coffee sector. Madam Speaker, allow me to touch also on Senator Onyonka's statement in regards to the kidney transplants in this Medihill Hospital. Madam Speaker, Medihill, from where I sit, where I've passed by and seen how it looks very classy, it looks very nice, a good hospital, well-maintained and all that. So of course, Madam Speaker, the expectation is that the standards and the administration, services are up to as what you see, as what your eyes see. But Madam Speaker, what we've seen of late, the documentary that we saw, it's completely out of this world, Madam Speaker. You know, the other day, last year, I think last year, yes, when we had the issue of Shakahola, the discussion came of, was it issues, a business of organ sale or operations in terms of these organs being removed from Kenyans and sold out there. A lot of discussions, you know, went round. Now, with this issue that has been highlighted from such a hospital, it's very sad, Madam Speaker, and I want to request the relevant ministry, which is the Ministry of Health. It has a new ministry. I believe Duale will be able to perform, will be able to deliver. He's been assigned different ministries, and we've seen him streamlining these ministries. Madam Speaker, at times you don't have to be a doctor to serve in this particular Ministry of Health. Leadership takes the lead. And we believe in his leadership that he's going to ensure such unscrupulous business people putting up hospitals for such kind of money-making businesses, this should stop, Madam Speaker. Lastly, is also on the issue of teachers that I'm told it's also the statement for Senator Onyonka in regards to the recent promotions that have been unfair. Madam Speaker, where you sit, you and me and everyone, we've come from the education system. I mean, we are here because we started, our teachers really...
30 seconds, Senator.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. So our teachers, for Christ's sake, Madam Speaker, they deserve good promotions. They deserve fair promotions, Madam Speaker. Everyone has passed through the education system. So it is fair. You can imagine today I sit here as a senator, and the teacher who taught me in that lower level today, they've never even, for example, gotten their fair share of promotion. It's quite very much unfair. So it is fair that the CEO, TSC, and the relevant bodies concerned in terms of, in regards to these promotions, they offer it fairly to the teachers who go out of their way to ensure that learning is to the standard that is required. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The last speaker will be Senator Eddy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Senator Cherargei has brought to this House a very important statement, Madam Speaker. And this statement, Madam Speaker, perhaps has skipped the lawmakers in Kenya. This statement, Madam Speaker, is to the Standing Committee of Trade, Industrialization and Tourism on a matter of national concern regarding the impact of the 10% tariff imposed on Kenyan exports by the United States of America, Madam Speaker. This tariff, Madam Speaker, is generally to affect the sectors of tea, coffee, horticulture, textile, and other sectors that are largely contributing to Kenyan exports, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I don't know why this is not a matter of substantive motion in this House. In fact, I wish Senator Cherargei the courage to bring this as a matter of national importance and a motion that this House must converse on. And Madam Speaker, if possible, go ahead and even make resolutions, Madam Speaker. Because this is one of those statements, Madam Speaker, that is critically indicting our policy, our foreign policy angle, Madam Speaker. Simply put, the United States has put tax on our commodities, Madam Speaker. Tax that is going to increasingly affect producers locally here, Madam Speaker, who, as we speak, Madam Speaker, experience a swath of violence, a swath of economic disruption, a swath of business disruption in the wake of the Gen Z movement last year, Madam Speaker, that was agitated by the issue of high taxation in Kenya, Madam Speaker. The tax levels that our people here are facing, Madam Speaker, is already so high that if you have tariffs being imposed on these particular areas, Madam Speaker, and unfortunately so, they come in the helm of the backdrop of this economy, which is agricultural products, Madam Speaker. If you look at the issue of tea, a key agricultural product, Madam Speaker. If you look at the issue of coffee, a key agricultural product, Madam Speaker. If you look at the issue of horticulture, a key agricultural product, Madam Speaker. If you look at the issue of textile, which we're even trying to struggle to even renew and regenerate our greeneries, Madam Speaker, it is not possible to continue normal production in this country, Madam Speaker, where this issue is potentially going to lead to serious high cost of production. And Madam Speaker, we know, time without number, that where this kind of tariffs have been put on goods such as this, Madam Speaker, it directly only leads to the producers of these particular commodities pushing that cost to consumers, Madam Speaker. What does that mean? It means that Kenyans who are already extremely taxed will now also face serious consumer prices rising to them on the basic goods and services that they provide to these companies, Madam Speaker. So my urge, Madam Speaker, is that the moment the United States chose to impose 10% taxation on these commodities, Madam Speaker, it should have, and we have an opportunity, Madam Speaker, actually in both houses, it should be a matter of substantive motion that we must discuss, and it must inform also our foreign policy on how we want to engage with the United States, Madam Speaker. Do you want to review our lack of tariffs thereof in a number of commodities in the United States, Madam Speaker, so that we respond with the same, or do you want to negotiate it on the backdrop of a sober foreign policy, Madam Speaker? So while I support this statement and it's going to go to the relevant committee, I want to urge this House to pay attention to it, that further from that committee, this statement should be brought back as a substantive motion that we can canvass on it and come with a position of the Senate that can be sent to the President so that he can be able to see how he engages his counterpart in the United States. So therefore, thank you, Senator Cherargei, as I support this statement.
Honorable Senators, we will defer the orders 8 to 13, and we'll move on to the next order, please. Clerk.
Order number 14, the Sports Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 33 of 2024, second reading, resumption of debate.
Senator Okech, you had a balance of 15 minutes to go on this bill.
Madam Speaker, yesterday I was interrupted by the issue of quorum by the good senator or aspiring senator from from Kwale, Madam Speaker, who was trying to catch probably his flight, being a Sky Team member. And Madam Speaker, I'm glad that today his flight is not being interfered with and is around, and he looks very excited to contribute more.
Senator, please focus on the
On a lighter
matter
note,
of the
Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, this is a very fantastic bill that has been pushed forward by the great Senator of Nairobi. And just to recap, that the Senator of Nairobi is working hard around the clock to make sure that we can be able to have our counties, from the money that they receive, just 1% of that money be dedicated to a sports fund within the counties, so that, Madam Speaker, those organizations within sports, organizations that are established to have been registered, whether individually or as a group, can then be able to benefit from what we will say some sort of funding by the county government in a predictable way that allows them to be organized and to participate in different platforms of sport, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, as I recap on this, yesterday I did intimate that indeed sporting has been left to grow like one of the seeds upon sowing that grows in among thorns, surviving on its own, Madam Speaker. Because if you cast your eye upon our sporting activities in this country, Madam Speaker, sport thrives in three ways, Madam Speaker. One is organically through community-organized organizations that then support some form of sport here and there. And then the second way, Madam Speaker, is that sport thrives within our schooling systems, be it primary and secondary, and then to the university level. And Madam Speaker, you will notice that the higher level of education you go, the more the sports start dwindling. And that is because the investment in terms of both management, funding of it, infrastructural support of it, and even more broadly, professionalization of sport becomes a problem. So that means that there is nothing as devolved by the DNA of our own country in terms of our own organization as sports. But the problem that has been, Madam Speaker, is that we have not seen the commercial viability, the business case for sports in our country, to the extent that we have left this local organization of sports to just take an organic format. And this is one of those ways to make sure that you can be able to enable sports to thrive as a case that is an economically viable mode of belonging in our country, Madam Speaker, that in some ways can even try and uptake a swath of young people who do not have economic opportunity in this country, Madam Speaker. What do I mean by this, Madam Speaker? If you are to have a bird's eye view position on the issue of sport in our country, Madam Speaker, you will realize that actually the most popular sports are the ones that get a bit of attention. Not enough attention to make them thrive, but just a bit of attention. For instance, Madam Speaker, athletics in this country. I say it gets a bit of attention because there is no proper investment in the infrastructure that is needed to support grassroots organization of athletes to the extent that they can grow to national level. Then you come to the second one that becomes soccer, that everybody in this country will agree, Madam Speaker, that if you cast your eye upon what brings us together, even among communities, of course, thumbs up to Gor Mahia, thumbs up to FC Leopard, thumbs up to Police FC, thumbs up to Badara United, and all the teams that form our Premier League, Madam Speaker. But if you cast your eye upon these teams, Madam Speaker, you realize that that is where there is some form of semblance to organization in the sports investment, Madam Speaker, in this country. But if you look at other sports, Madam Speaker, that even can involve other gender, especially the women gender who are sometimes excluded from some of these physically hard sports like soccer, there is no attention to this, Madam Speaker. So allowing this fund to take root in our grassroots communities, Madam Speaker, is the beginning of organizing sports. It is the beginning of investing in sports management. It's the beginning of actually ensuring that we've got a paradigm shift in the way we invest in sport. Because currently, Madam Speaker, when young people in Narok County want to go and play soccer during their camps when they're in holidays, all they need to do, and the only way they see they can be able to actually go and have their sports time and be able to enjoy the game while also building their professional capacities, is to call Senator Ledamo Lekina and tell Senator Ledamo Lekina that we are going for a sports activity. Our budget is 100,000. Please help us out. And then if they are in Nandi, it's even worse. Because in Nandi, what the characters I've seen is that I have sat with Senator Cherargei. They call them, the Senator Cherargei, to pay for referees who are going to referee these matches. It's even worse in Nairobi, where we should have better sporting academies, because my sister, Senator Mutinda, who is a nominated member, sometimes when her pockets run dry, she reaches out to me and tells me that there are young girls who want to go and play netball, but they cannot be able to access some field where they can go and play this netball. So that I have to dig in my pocket and be a charitable donor to my wonderful senator to support her, to make sure that people can access even just field for sport, Madam Speaker. So it is important that we invest in this sporting activity so that Senator Mutinda does not need to suffer to take money from her pocket to go and pay for a field for the young ladies in Nairobi who relate with us so well, or in Kayole, or in Dandora, can suffer, Madam Speaker. In some extent, Madam Speaker, even in Migori County, it goes worse. Young people have organized themselves so well from Rongo, from Nyatike, from Kuria. They have their tournament in the farthest end of the county, and then they want to call Eddie Okech, their senator, that Senator Eddie, can you even help us just get water and some bread to go and survive on, Madam Speaker? Yet, if you go to our counties today, Madam Speaker, you'll find a governor going with a convoy of 10 vehicles to go and launch a project of 200,000, Madam Speaker. This is a very important bill, Madam Speaker, that will ensure that our organization at the grassroots level makes sure that community programs, clubs, locally organized organizations, and even to some extent, volunteer networks that are organizing our clubbing activities in the grassroots can be able to have at least a jump start to make sure that when they're thinking about their sporting activities, they can be able to go far. Madam Speaker, the only thing that I didn't see here is that Senator Sifuna, in his wisdom, did indicate here that the key sporting activities that you would want to see hugely invested on in these grassroots communities include football, swimming, basketball, netball, and volleyball. I wanted to invite Senator Sifuna in the amendment opportunities that we might have in the different committees that we'll have in this House, Madam Speaker, to think diversification and also to think pride. That let us, first of all, invest in areas that have brought us serious pride, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, one of the reasons why when I go to the United States or when I go to Europe, I get to be proud to be Kenyan is because of the first feat of a lady called Faith Kipyegon. And Madam Speaker, currently I'm mentoring a young girl from Migori County who has, for the first time, made it to the Olympic, running the 800-meter category, called Lilian Odira. Madam Speaker, you might remember that Lilian Odira, last year in the qualification tests for runners in this country, she actually did defeat Mora, who has been a champion at all over the world stage, Madam Speaker. So we cannot exclude athletics from this funding at the grassroots level. We must give athletics the opportunity, just like we will give football, just like we'll give swimming, just like we'll give basketball, just like we'll give netball, and just like you'll give volleyball, Madam Speaker. But even more adventurous, Madam Speaker, if you are an enthusiast of sporting activities and you are keen to watch things like the Olympic, Madam Speaker, you realize that in the Olympics, Madam Speaker, there are a lot of sporting activities that some of them, you wonder that, why wouldn't my son or my daughter in Kenya, if I am a Kenyan, cannot participate in them, Madam Speaker? For instance, Madam Speaker, we have seen in America a number of young kids going for gymnastics as a major sport that brings glory and honor to the United States. And they compete with their counterparts from Russia, from China, from Japan. Madam Speaker, these are sports that if you are to put people from Tarakaniti, where my friend Senator Gataya Mofaya comes from, you will have very good gymnastics, Madam Speaker, who can compete at the global stage. But we don't give them priority because we don't see them as sports, Madam Speaker. If you think about sports like synchronized swimming, Madam Speaker, if you come from the lake where I come from, or from where Senator Faki comes from, in the Indian Ocean, Madam Speaker, in the Indian Ocean, when you go there, Madam Speaker, you realize that even Chimera, Senator Chimera, the kind of swimming that this gentleman does in snow, they call it snorkeling. They do a lot of snorkeling, Madam Speaker, and they go and swim with the dolphins right in Wasini Island. And this is an opportunity where they can be able to get, when you think about sporting in a broad capacity, that we see a lot of those diversified sporting opportunities in Olympics, that I think that people in Kenya have got more than talent enough to go and participate at a global level. So I want to evoke the spirit of Ajua in Migori County, that Ajua can be a sport, Madam Speaker. This is what we call Mankala sport. It can be a sport that we showcase not just locally in Migori County, but all the way nationally, Madam Speaker. All the sporting activities that we are seeing being done at the Olympic levels, Madam Speaker, let encourage our counties that when this fund being supported by Senator Sifuna comes to law, we must see investment in those areas, Madam Speaker. Lastly, Madam Speaker, because I want to give time to my colleagues who also contribute in this wonderful bill, is that there is a conversation, Madam Speaker, that I have seen the Right Honorable Prime Minister Raila Odinga bringing around devolution, Madam Speaker. And one thing that I've learned, Madam Speaker, is that there are two concurrent bills that have come to this House. The bill for period poverty and the bill for sports now. And you realize that where these things happen to the maximum is in primary schools, more fundamentally, and high school to some extent, Madam Speaker. Isn't it the right time, Madam Speaker, for us to start thinking about devolving primary education, devolving secondary education, and to some extent, devolving the entire education so that counties can be given the power to deal with the immediate manifestation of the problems that are related with upbringing of our children at the schooling level. Because when you leave them largely for the national government, they collapse. Sporting is collapsing when the best place to build sporting capacities, Madam Speaker, is in high school and in primary schools, Madam Speaker, where age hasn't caught up with a number of people that they can be able to nurture these sports. So there's going to be a contradiction, Madam Speaker, where you have put a fund to support sports in counties, yet some of the hubs that they must be able to put that financing is in primary school and is in high school, which is not devolved, Madam Speaker. So I wanted to encourage that this conversation about sports and the bill that was brought by my sister, Senator Oruoba, I should invoke in us the spirit of wishing for more devolved functions that are relevant to the upbringing and to the best well-being of our people, like education. With that, Madam Speaker, I appreciate Senator Sifuna, and I support this bill in totality with amendments in the areas that I have tried to cast some thoughts on. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Ledama.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support this bill, the amendment to the Sports Act. As I do so, Madam Speaker, I'm a firm believer that for us to be able to get any sort of progress, we must consult county governments. We are the house that protects devolution. We are the house that fights for more resources to go to counties. And I was agonizing on how these funds can be set aside, knowing very well that the Constitution is quite clear when it comes to the issues of a share of revenue that is set aside for the county governments. Last year, we passed the FIA fund, which is the Facility Improvement Fund. And when we did that, it colluded with other funds that exist in counties. Now, as I support this fund, I'm alive to the fact that county assemblies determine what sort of funds to set up. And once they do, you'll find that a lot of counties have got so many funds that exist. In fact, one of the biggest problems we've been having is how do we collapse all these funds? And we talk about the funds which are set up, which are approved under Section 116 of the PFM Act. They are time-bound. You know, funds will be for up to 10 years. This is a very noble idea that Senator Sifuna has brought, but we have to think thoroughly on how we are going to be able to make sure we implement it. Counties are suffering. The money that we are setting aside, we are sending to counties. If we send 1%, hypothetically, of the money that is being sent to Narrow County to promote sports, it will be difficult for the county to be able to carry out other activities. I'm a firm believer that we should not be reducing the money that we're already sending out to counties or forcing county governments to be able to set aside up 1% of their resources. I think what we need to do is to look at the additional allocation funds, the funds from the national government, the funds from the consolidated fund. I want to persuade my brother, Senator Sifuna, for us to find a way to amend this law and not require counties to set aside 1% of the little money that we are sending to them, but we see how we can be able to get 1% from the consolidated fund. Because when we do that, we'll be sending more money to our counties. I know how painful it is for young men who are trying to build their talent to be able to call their senators and say, we need some money. I know how painful it is when we have sports in our counties which are not funded. They are not funded by the private sector. They are not funded by the counties. And in the wisdom of the county assemblies, when they are agonizing on how to budget the small resources they have, they decide that sports can take, it may not be, it may not be a necessity. So I'm agonizing on where this 1% of resources is going to come from. Because when you look at the Constitution, a share of revenue of county government raised by the national government is sent directly and it's budgeted. When you look at Section 109 of the PFM Act, which is still, I think, Article 207, it talks about how that money should be sent. And then 116 of the PFM Act discusses about how fund can be set up. When we set up the FII fund, we already created a conflict. Because when you look at the PFM Act sets up the treasurer of the county assembly or the CC finance as a person in charge of all the resources. He's the one who has got the fiduciary responsibility. He's the AIE holder. But then now on the FII fund, we introduce a new concept where the CC in charge of health or the CEO in charge of health now dictates how that money is going to be spent. We need to be very careful on how we develop this fund. I fully support this, but I think I would like to request Senator Sifuna to look at it and amend 554B, where he said there shall be paid into the County Sports Association Fund 1% of all money is paid into the county revenue fund. I think I have a problem with that. What we need to do, given the fact that this is a piece of legislation that has got to go to both houses of parliament, I think we need to widen it up and request a particular percentage to look at how much we need from the consolidated fund so that we can be able to make this thing actually, proactive, and also to make sure that it can actually happen. Madam Speaker, I've gone across Nairobi County, and I'm quite impressed by the private sector, the role the private sector has played in setting up fields where people can be able to go and build their talent. I hope that when we're talking about this fund, whoever is going to fund it, or however it's going to be funded, we can then be able to clearly indicate how many fields should be set up. Because if this 1%, for instance, Nairobi County gets about 20 billion. 1% of 20 billion is what? 200 million? Okay? Narok County gets about 10 billion. 1% of the population in Nairobi is about what? 7 million? Would 200 million proportionally be enough to support sporting activities in Nairobi? No. You know, maybe 100 million might be enough to support a population of 1.5 million in Narok, but in Nairobi it will not. So I'm of the idea that we try and get resources from the consolidated fund. And I wish that my brother, Senator Sifuna, will look for a champion in the lower house so that they can be able to discuss, and particularly now when we're going through the budget-making process, we can then be able to set that money aside. Right now is when you need a road from somewhere. If you know the budget committee, you can go discuss and say, we need a road here. You know, we just need to be able to negotiate. It's important. I like the fact that the bill is proposing a situation whereby we recognize registered county sports associations. I think it's important that each one of us here as senators really try to understand what associations are there and what support do they have. Can we talk to the private sector as well? Because government may not be able to do everything. With the little resources that we have. Today we are talking about borrowing from the World Bank about 100 billion shillings. And of course the World Bank has got their own stringent measures. They want us to pass legislation that will be, you know, uncomfortable to most of us. So it makes it very difficult. So I think what we need to do is to figure out how do we tap in, how do we encourage CSR from all those entities that are working, all those businesses that are doing business in our counties, and try to see whether even 1%, if we could include a particular amount, maybe that 1% could be added in the fees for licenses. Some people might say it's over-taxation, but we have to be creative enough because the money that we are sending from Nairobi, the money that we are sending from the national government is not enough to support these counties. I just want us to be a bit creative. Madam Speaker, it is imperative that we become creative. And the reason why I'm saying we must be creative is because earlier on we were discussing about the tariffs, which are imposed by the current president of the United States of America, Donald Trump. And for me, I see that as an opportunity. I actually say thank you, because it's about time that we realign our own existing resources to build our economies. This issue of relying on the West so much and lamenting and saying it's going to have a big impact on us, I see it as an opportunity. We have a lot of resources. Those resources are exploited by foreign entities. Suppose we look back and we say, how is our mining sector? Can we get some money from the mining sector? I want Senator Sifuna to be creative in this bill and look at areas where there are royalties which are paid. Those royalties are never paid to the local community. You will find that there are individuals who go in and collude with those so-called investors, miners. And when the money which is supposed to go to the community comes in, it goes into private pockets. It is happening in Narok, where you find some leaders, you know, former leaders and current leaders, and people who are connected in the community will go to bed with foreigners, with miners, and collect the resources in millions, you know. In fact, I know one. There's a company called Kilimapesa. And right now we are fighting so hard to ensure that the money which is supposed to be paid to the residents of Kilgoris, of Lolgorian Award, that money does not go into private pockets. There's a danger that that money might go into a few people. They consider themselves committee. They are given like maybe 100 million, they pocket it. And they split it among themselves. We need to be creative, Madam Speaker. I want Senator Sifuna to look at this thing. It is not like something that it is, we can have one solution for the 47 counties. Let us look at Narok. Let us look at Taita Taveta. Taita Taveta has got a lot of minerals. Can we work with these state departments and figure out, when we have a picture of Kenya, what resources are coming out from Kenya? How do we make sure that we tap those resources to be able to build our talent, to be able to help us? Because the more youth practice, even us, the more we go out there and exercise, we live a better life. So we need these resources. We just need to be able to think outside the box. We need to be able to extend our sort of like eye to where every single penny is coming from. Go to Samburu County, Madam Speaker. When you go to Samburu County, there's a lot of mining activities happening in Samburu County. Who is benefiting? Not the Samburu people, but the people who come in there, who team up with some people in Nairobi. Go to Migori County. The amount of gold which is coming out of there, Migori residents are not benefiting. We just need to be, a little bit creative on how we fund this proposed sports association fund. I think, Madam Speaker, if we become creative and we extend the areas of sourcing funds, what Senator Sifuna is proposing will become something which can be actionable. But relying on the money, on the shareable revenue, we may not be able to succeed. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Chimera.
Asante sana Bispika kwa fursa hii. Bispika, kwanza nimpongeze Senator Edwin Sifuna kwa mswada wake huu. Huu ni mswada wa maana sana kwa wale vijana wetu ambao wanajihusisha mara mingi katika nyanja hii ya michezo. Wale wakimbiaji kutoka kaunti ya Nandi ambapo Senator Cheragea anatokea, ambapo pia ni mashemeji zangu kule Nandi, wachezaji mpira kutoka kaunti mbalimbali, wakimbiaji, wale wanaocheza michezo ambayo inasemekana kwa kizungu indoor games. Bispika, niseme wazi kwamba kumekuwa na changamoto kubwa sana kwa wachezaji wetu kufanya michezo kwa sababu ya ufadhili. Utapata timu nyingi hususan za mipira ambazo zinacheza mpira nyanjani kule, sehemu zile za mashinani sana, wazungu huita rural areas, Bispika. Wana changamoto si haba ya fedha, Bispika. Utapata kuna timu ambayo inafaa kusafiri pengine kwenda kuchezea mechi ya kirafiki pengine kaunti ya mbali, kwa mfano kutoka Kilifi, na wanafaa kwenda Nyanza kwa mfano kucheza mchezo ule, Bispika, na hawana ufadhili. Nafikiri mapendekezo yale ya Senator Edwin Sifuna ya kwamba wachezaji wote hawa wajiweze kujisajili katika makundi tofauti tofauti ili waweze kupata mfumo wa fedha kutoka kwa serikali ni jambo la maana sana, Bispika. Na najua senator kutoka kaunti ya Narok, naona leo amepewa jina lingine kwamba yeye ni Simba. Sijui ni Simba jike ama ni Simba la dume au ni Simba jike, na taarifiwa ni Simba jike. Kunradhi Bispika. Kunradhi Bispika. Naomba nitoe hiyo Bispika.
Order Senator Chimera. Can you withdraw that?
Nimetoa na nimeomba msamaha Bispika. Niseme kwamba yale makundi yote ambayo yatapata fedha hii, Senator Ledama amekuwa na wasiwasi kwamba ni kwa nini tunatoa fedha hii 1% kwa ule mgao ambao unakwenda moja kwa moja kwa kaunti zetu, na yeye akawa anapendekeza kwamba tuweze kufikiria njia mbadala za kuongeza kitita hichi. Nakubaliana na mawazo yale, lakini nimwambie kwamba lazima tuanzie mahali fulani, kwa sababu tunaona ile kero ambayo vijana wetu wamepitia. Mimi leo hii Bispika, kuna timu pale kaunti ya Kwale, timu inajiita SS Asad Bispika. Timu hii inashiriki katika mechi ama katika mchuano ile ya ligi kuu ya kitaifa Bispika. Nafikiri kama daraja la pili ama la kwanza Bispika. na timu ile inafaa kusafiri kutoka Kwale, nafikiri takriban kila weekend, kwenda pengine maeneo ya nchi zingine ya county tofauti tofauti. Watakuwa pengine wana michezo Migori, wana michezo Kisumu, na timu ile imepata shida sana kupata ufadhili, Mr. Speaker. Na serikali ya county ya Kwale imejaribu kuipatia ufadhili, lakini ufadhili ule, Mr. Speaker, haujatosheleza timu ile. Na mimi kila weekend, Mr. Speaker, mimi hupata maombi kutoka kwa maafisa wa klabu ile wakiniomba kwamba kama kiongozi wa kisiasa, kama kijana kutoka county ya Kwale, kama mtu ambaye ninapenda michezo, maana pia mimi ni mchezaji, Mr. Speaker. Ninachezea timu ya Bunge FC hapa, tukiongozwa na naibu captain wetu Mheshimiwa Senator Aaron Cheriot. Na nimewahi kucheza michezo tangu nikiwa kijana mdogo. Nafikiri timu yangu ilikuwa inaitwa Manchester United pale Maramuni Jeza A, Mr. Speaker. Na inakuwa ni lazima nichange kila weekendi ili kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba angalau timu ile imepata usafiri. Vile vile kuna timu inajiita Samburu Lions, Mr. Speaker. Timu shwari kabisa. Timu ambayo imejaza talanta kedekede pale. Lakini wanashindwa kuendelea katika michezo hiyo kwa sababu hawana ufadhili, Mr. Speaker. Nina imani kupitia sheria hii ya Mheshimiwa Senator Edwin Sifuna, timu zile mbili nimezitaja na zinginezo, na wale wana michezo wa aina tofauti tofauti wataweza kupata ufadhili ili waweze kuendelea kuonyesha talanta yao, Mr. Speaker. Na mwisho wa siku nina imani pengine talanta ile itaweza kugeuka na kuwa ajira, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, vile vile pia nizungumze tu kwa wale ambao watapewa majukumu ya kuchunga fedha hii ambayo inakuja kwa yale makundi ya county ya michezo, ama ukipenda kwa lugha ya kimombo county sports associations, Mr. Speaker. Kwamba niwape ilani kwamba fedha hii si ya kutumiwa vibaya. Fedha hii si ya kufujwa. Fedha hii ipo kuhakikisha kwamba wale vijana wetu ambao tunawapenda, ambao tunawaenzi, ambao tumekuwa tukiwapatia support aidha kupitia vifaa vya michezo, kupitia pesa taslimu, waweze kupata fursa ya kushiriki katika michezo yao kikamilifu, Mr. Speaker. Na vile vile pia niweze kuzungumza kwa serikali zetu za ugatuzi. Ninajua 1% hii ni nyingi kwenu. Na ninafahamu kwamba mnafaa kupeana huduma mbalimbali. Huduma ya afya, pengine kusambaza maji, kilimo bora. Lakini vile vile pia hawa vijana wetu wanahitaji usaidizi, wanahitaji ufadhili. Ile pesa ikikufikia pale Wizara ya Michezo katika kaunti zetu, mimi naomba magavana wetu, mawaziri wetu wa fedha na mawaziri wetu wa michezo nyanjani wawe haraka, wawe wepesi zaidi kuhakikisha kwamba fedha ile imefikishwa kwa makundi yetu yale ya vijana ya michezo pasipo na utepetevu wowote wa kazi wala kucheleweshwa, Mr. Speaker. Ndio ili tuweze kuona matunda ya fedha ile. Na Mr. Speaker, ninajua hivi punde pengine nikipata fursa hata mimi nitaweza kuchangia katika mswada wangu ambao pia tumeweza kusukuma na Senator Professor Tom Ojienda wa michezo vile vile. Na nina imani kwamba kupitia sheria zote hizi za michezo, lengo letu ni moja tu, tunapania kuhakikisha kwamba tumeboresha nafasi ya kijana ambaye ana talanta katika michezo. Huyu kijana apate fursa, aweze kuonekana, aweze kutambulika, ili talanta yake iweze kumpatia angalau ajira. Ndio sisi viongozi, na nilani kwa viongozi wenzangu, tuache kutumia hawa vijana vibaya kufanya siasa, kuwatumia kama magenge ya kigaidi kwa siasa zetu. Wakiweza kupata ajira yao kupitia talanta hii, Mr. Speaker, itakuwa ni jambo la kufurahisha sana. Kwa hayo mengi ya machache, Mr. Speaker, mimi naunga mkono mswada huu. Na naomba tuweze kusukuma kwa haraka iwezekanavyo, uweze kupita. Angalau hata mimi weekendi 3-4 zijazo niweze kupumzika kwa michango ya hivi vilabu ambavyo vinafaa kusafiri, Mr. Speaker. Asante sana, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Halwale.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, allow me to congratulate Senator Edwin Sifuna for this industry. Madam Speaker, I can't concentrate because of the lamentations from Senator Chiregei and Mungatana. Please remind them that under our standing orders, practices, and protocols, I'm in leadership.
Senators, please allow Senator Khalwade to proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the protection. I wanted to applaud Senator Edwin Funa for this good industry, and I'll quickly want to urge him to realize that this thing is bigger than he thinks. Yes, it is his brainchild, but he needs to bring many more players on board so that we can make this law more comprehensive. Very quickly, in establishment of the County Sports Association Fund, for example, he has mentioned how the sources of the fund. We can quickly agree with him with A, B, and C, but also help him to also realize that we can make money from, source that money from gate collections at the various stadia. We can also make money from hiring out the various stadia. Would want to add, Madam Speaker, that we want to demand in this law that we get money directly from the exchequer. Why do I insist that it is noble for us to ask for money from the exchequer? It is because in our budget, we give up to 13% of our budget, Madam Speaker, we put into agriculture. Why? Because there will be returns. Now, viewed as an industry, the economy of sports can generate so much money into our revenue collection. And therefore, I dare say that we should
order,
not...
Senator Mutinda, please don't, sorry, Senator Kavindu, please don't speak on phone loudly. Apologies, Senator Mutinda.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That we should pump up to 10% from the exchequer of our budget into the sports. And let nobody be surprised with what I'm saying. Because if we can spend the billions of shillings that we pump into political parties, why can we not spend 10% of our budget on sports? And for you to realize how great the returns are from investment into sports, let me just walk you through about what happens in football. Madam Speaker, if you go to the English Premier League, the English Premier League is an 11.84 billion euro economy. That is the equivalent of 235 billion Kenya shillings. And all they do is to kick a ball. But in our case, they'll kick a ball, they will run to be the famous champions of Eldoret, and what's more, Madam Speaker, if we invest, our sports will not just be limited to football and athletics, but I'm slowly waking up the country to the potential of investing in bullfighting. Madam Speaker, because Mamba doesn't believe in this, I want to bring into the attention of the House that in Spain, bullfighting is not a joke. In Spain, and I had the privilege, Madam Speaker, to be sponsored by President Mwai Kibaki to go to Spain, where he allowed me to carry five bullfighters. We went there and visited the stadia and how they organize their bullfighting, and they mint billions of shillings from bullfighting. A day will, a day will come when bullfighting of Marinya, when bullfighting of Ikolomani, when bullfighting of Isoka, Malaba and Butoto will be a major income earner to the economy of this country. I tell you. Madam Speaker, having said that, allow me to pay a tribute to President Mwai Kibaki. I've already said he sponsored me and fellow bullfighters to Madrid. But not just that. In 2008, Mwai Kibaki came up with Vision 2030. And inside Vision 2030, yes, he had the pillar on the economy, he had the pillar on political stabilization of the country, but he also had the pillar on the social issues. Under sports, that's how Kibaki, after realizing what bullfighting would do in the social pillar, he was able to put money into us to go and learn something. Courtesy of that investment, I was able to kickstart the construction of a stadium in Marinya. That stadium has stalled, but I know, God willing, once I become the governor of Kakamega, I am going to complete Marinya Stadium. And every time we have a bullfighting event, Madam Speaker, Nissans will be arriving in Marinya, and each tourist will be paying $100. $100, only $100. A Nissan can carry up to around 14 people. So at $100, one Nissan, we shall be netting $1,400. To fill that stadium, we shall be needing in excess of almost 50 Nissans. You cannot imagine the multiplier effect of that industry, I believe. Madam Speaker, Kibaki wanted to quickly transform Kenya into a middle-income country by the year 2030. And as adequately articulated by Senator Osotsi, when the Jubilee government took over from Mwai Kibaki, they went and found inside the sports fund billions of shillings, and they started salivating for those billions, and that's how the stadia that Kibaki had wanted to grow from this initiative came to naught. I cannot, Madam Speaker, comment by paying tribute to President Kibaki and forget about a young man from my backyard by the name of Honorable Ababu Namwamba. Not many people know that Ababu was a square peg in a square hole in that ministry. Ababu was a symbol of success when he was Minister for Sports. It is under Ababu that the ban on FKF by FIFA was lifted. That is how Kenya came back into competing in soccer. It is during Ababu's time, Madam Speaker, that the soccer events that now have been reinvigorated in our secondary schools came up. Today, if you go to our secondary schools, the soccer that used to be in Green Commandos, Kakamega High School, the Scorpions of Musingo High School, the champions of Kisii High School, the champions of Kisumu Boys are back. They are now competing thanks to efforts by Ababu. I want to celebrate Ababu because Ababu, the Talanda Sports City in Ngong, was his brainchild. And when you go there, the construction which was ongoing, I wonder, how was the decision made to remove Ababu, who was performing, and then bring there people like the way I saw He's called Ruku. I saw a guy called Ruku being interviewed to become minister. The guy struggled. Then they put there another lady, Madam Speaker, called Cheptumo, with due respect, wife of our colleague. But she's not material for minister. You saw the minister who is going to be in charge of gender, telling the whole country which cared to listen that the reason why our young girls die in Airbnbs is because they're hungry for money. Madam Speaker, you'll have your space. You'll challenge me.
What's your point of order, Senator
me.
Professor Kamar? Please sit down, Senator Khalwale.
Madam Speaker, did you hear the honorable member tell us that an unqualified person, I don't even want to mention names, has been elevated to be minister? Which criteria does the Honorable Alwala have for appointment of ministers, which we don't have in this house?
Senator Khalwale, unless you're able to
Madam
demonstrate
Speaker,
that...
because of the respect I have for Prof,
you will withdraw.
I wish she had told me what she wanted me to do. She has not told me, but because of the respect I have for her, all I meant, Prof, and I'm a very serious debater, is that...
Senator Khalwale, Senator Professor Kamar, you want to clarify what you said?
I'll be happy. Yeah, by saying if he does not have a criteria that is laid out that somebody has, that the National Assembly has failed to use, then he should really withdraw that. It should not be now answered.
Senator Khalwale, you need to demonstrate that the criteria applicable to a minister was not met by the National Assembly, or withdraw what you said.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm surprised that a teacher of a university can fail to remember that the high standard of appointing ministers, I'm now expanding. Of appointing
Senator Khalwale, you just want to explain how the two ministers, and you made reference to two ministers, failed to meet the qualification standard set, that is required of ministers.
Okay. Let me prove it this way. Madam Speaker, the standard of a minister under the new constitution is specified. They are not only appointed by the president, but they are supposed to undergo rigorous vetting. It is because of what Kenyans saw during the rigorous vetting that we realized
Senator
they failed.
Khalwale, the allegation is by you, not by Kenyans. Can you please just
yes,
go to the point?
It is that rigorous vetting which I witnessed that made me get persuaded that they will not perform. You can't pretend. You either have it or you don't have it.
Senator Khalwale, you have not demonstrated that the Senator Khalwale, this is serious.
Yes.
You have not indicated the bar that they did not meet. Please.
Madam Speaker, because I'm discussing about colleagues, I don't want to take it beyond what I've said, but if Prof insists, I'll withdraw. Madam Speaker.
Senator Khalwale, it's not Prof insisting. It is the chair who is asking you to withdraw because you have not demonstrated what I've asked you to demonstrate. Would you kindly withdraw?
Madam Speaker, because the chair is my kid sister, I want to make her very happy by, by withdrawing.
Order, Senator Khalwale.
Thank you, Madam
Senator, the chair is the chair.
You know, I have withdrawn. I withdraw. Madam Speaker, the issue that is very clear in my mind is that if we fall back to Vision 2030 that was envisioned by President Mwai Kibaki in 2030, where development of stadia was a priority, if you care to read it, President Kibaki wanted that in every county today, we would be having a stadia. High quality. And because of the talent that abounds, you can't imagine the latent talent that would untap. Who would have known until recently that lawyers can produce some of the best athletes? The fastest man in Africa today is Ferdinand Kakamega Omonyala. The fastest man in the world in 800 meters is none other than Wanyonyi from Bungoma. I forgot to say that Ferdinand Omanyala Kakamega, the grandmother, no. I would love to. The grandmother of Ferdinand is called Mshere Valeya wa Kakamega, who happens to be my elder sister. That is my grandnephew, if there is such a thing. So, Madam Speaker, we want to insist that we give each county a stadium. But for huge counties like Nairobi, because of the population, you give them more stadia. Kakamega the same, Bungoma the same, Mombasa the same, Nakuru the same, Kiambu the same. Madam Speaker, the success of sports lies on how you nurture it from the youth. In Brazil, children join the academies between the ages of 5 and 10. In the UK, they join around about 10, 11 years old. In Kenya, because of the challenge of liquidity, we cannot be able to put up stadia and also put up school football academies fast enough. However, there's a response. We can start by part of this money, Senator for Nairobi, being directed to schools. It is not in doubt where football talent is in Kenya. It is normally very rare to get players from other areas succeeding at the highest level in soccer, but that normally happens very fast for children from Coast, for children from Western, for children from Nyanza, and specifically the Luyas and the Luos. We are the giants of football. Madam Speaker, I would love that we specifically take money to Kakamega High School, Musingo High School, Kisii High School, Kisumu Boys, and Highway Secondary School here in Nairobi. They're the ones who are perpetually winning the national championships for football. Madam Speaker, having said that, there is something which I saw, it started drawing laughter. But I have actually calculated the bullfighting that I was referring to. In Spain, it is a 1.6 billion euro economy in Spain. This is equivalent to 235 billion shillings. And our bullfighting is more sophisticated than the bullfighting of Spain, because the one of Spain, they end up murdering the fighter bull. But in our culture, in our type of sport, the fighter bull is idolized, it is celebrated, it is immortalized. The money that we go to borrow from Europe so as to invest in sports, we don't have to. There is talent there which we need just to grow by minimal investment. As I was telling you, the Champions League, not Champions League, the English Premier League is an 11.84 billion euro shilling. This translates to 2 trillion shillings, Kenya shillings. So at our fingertip right there, we have an answer to how we can fund sports. With those many remarks, I want to celebrate Senator Cherargei, Senator for Nandi. I had the opportunity, Madam Speaker, to confirm that he's a footballer. But he shocked me when I saw him on the ball. I didn't know, when I saw his shape, I didn't know it was the player or whether he was the ball. With as many I support.
Senator Mutinda.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me start by really appreciating my Senator of Nairobi, Senator Sifuna, for this great bill. Madam Speaker, I would request that you ask Senator Boni to
Order. Please listen to Senator Mutinda. She listened to you as you presented.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Let me really repeat and say we really are proud of this bill because, Madam Speaker, this bill goes a long way. The generation that we have today, Madam Speaker, is very much talented from different perspectives, Madam Speaker. And this bill, the way I've looked at it, Madam Speaker, is talking about the sports fund at the county levels, Madam Speaker. Let me begin by clause 54B, Madam Speaker, which talks about this, the County Sports Association Fund, and further talks about Part A on the 1% from the CRF account, Madam Speaker. For me, from where I sit, Madam Speaker, as the Vice Chair of Finance, even this 1% is not really sufficient. But with the current situation, it's a good pointer for starting because they are introducing this particular fund. Later, maybe, the percentage can be increased. It's a good point to start. But, Madam Speaker, the reason I'm bringing this issue of the percentage is because currently, the equitable share is 387.4. A percentage of that, Madam Speaker, is about 38 billion for all the 47 counties, Madam Speaker. And this is what how I would want, 3.8, Madam Speaker. And this is how I would want to look at it, Madam Speaker. From the conversations we've had at the committee level, at the Senate level, in regards to equitable share amounting to 465 billion. That is what we've currently proposed in BPS as a committee, Madam Speaker. You saw National Assembly did propose 405. Let me really thank the Prime Minister, none other than Honorable Raila Amolo, for his champion when it comes to the funds at the county levels. He has championed, he has come out to broadly and strongly state that counties should be allocated their fair share, Madam Speaker. And I don't know why it has to be a fight between the lower house and the upper house. Simply when it comes to the issue of the equitable share or any other fund that the Senate proposes for the counties. A few weeks ago, Madam Speaker, we came back in this house for a special sitting to pass the county additional allocations, which were amounting to over 50 billion, so that our counties are not stuck. We've seen the challenges when it comes to timely disbursement of the equitable share also to the counties. And, Madam Speaker, as we speak, as early as yesterday, the members of parliament walked out when the chair introduced the bill, the county additional allocation. On this condition, Madam Speaker, which is very sad. On the condition...
Senator Mutinda, would you like to be informed?
Yeah, with my former chair, I would not mind.
You may.
Madam Speaker, indeed, it was a sad day for Kenya when members of the National Assembly walked out when the chair of budget...
Senator, what is your point of information? What is your information?
I'm now coming to my point of information,
yes.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to say that it is sad that what the senator is saying today is what happened, and even now, I have just been there, and the members have again walked out when the mover was moving the bill. Mr. Speaker, this is the highest level of parliamentary dictatorship in this country. That's what I wanted to inform her, that
so
we
the
are
information
experiencing
is that they have
parliamentary...
walked out again. Don't use the opportunity to speak. Senator Mutinda, proceed.
Thank you, Senator Ososi. And Madam Speaker, that is what transpired yesterday. Thanks for information, Senator Ososi, because you've informed me that is still what is currently transpiring. And I understand where Senator Ososi is coming from, Madam Chair. I remember boldly, I might not have been there, but I'm informed that boldly Senator Ososi stood up and raised the same question, the same concern at the relevant forum. And I know where he's coming from. And I really appreciate him when it comes to championing, of course, funds to the county government. You know, he's going to be a future governor. So, but all in all, he championed just not only for Vihiga County, but for all the 47 counties. That is leadership, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my point is in relation now to the funds. We saw after the finance bill was not assented to, we had to, again, lower the allocation. As we speak, the allocation stands at 387 billion, Madam Speaker. You can hear what is happening as far as the county additional is concerned. I've said they have proposed 405 for equitable share. What will happen? The National Treasury had the same proposal, but what will happen? We're not even sure, because it's like National Assembly is now just trying to put down counties, which is not, of course, the best way to go. I want to really urge the leadership of the National Assembly to sit with the leadership of the Senate and to have amicable solution as far as funds to the counties are concerned. I don't want to go to the other issues that we've seen, bills coming from National Assembly, bills are coming from Senate. As far as these funds are concerned, Madam Speaker, what we should know is that at the end of the day, they are serving our people at the ward level, at the village lowest level. All these funds are supposed to serve our people. Now, back to the issue of this bill, Madam Speaker. Sports cuts across different sports. I've seen, the Senator Sifuna has talked about financing the development of sports facilities, including stadia, gymnasiums, building and tracks. That is good, because these buildings also need to be maintained, need to be in the standards that is needed. The sports can be broadened. We don't need to narrow just to the football alone. There are other, we are in 2025, there are other mode of sports that are also coming up, which should also be factored so that these talents are nurtured from a lower level. I agree that sports is in schools, and also it is at the mashinani level where our young people mostly are. And so the bill talks about funding to be given to teams that have a certificate of registration issued under the Sports Act 2023. This is okay. It should not just be limited to support teams within the learning institutions that are well established, even those ones who have come up and decided to have their own teams. they should be supported. Madam Speaker, clause 54F, F for France, 2, talks about a person who wishes to receive funding from the fund and meets the criteria set out under section 54E shall at least 6 months before the commencement of the financial apply for administrator of the fund in a manner as prescribed by the board. My concern is on the duration 6 months. I didn't know why the senator decided to put it 6 months. Looks like quite a long period for people to meet deadlines, for people to be spot on what is required, for the administrators to be able to plan accordingly and strategically. I think it would be wise to reduce that period, maybe say for about 3 months, so that you don't give too much room. And then, you know, there has been this weakness at times of people seeking extensions and things like that, God forbid. But at least just lowering it. I didn't know why the 6 months, maybe we'll explain later, but just from how I've looked at it, 6 months would be quite a long period of time. Madam Speaker, the other day we saw the women team called the Kenya Grannies Mutei FC. These are women aged between 52 to 75 years. I saw them emotionally cry with happiness for them having achieved their dream, a dream of going out of this country, and 2, of playing with another international, team. And that was Kenya and South Africa. They played with South Africa. And the beautiful part, Madam Speaker, is that they even won. They were so overjoyed, they were so happy. These are women between the age of 52 to 75, Madam Speaker. Then I ask myself, Madam Speaker, if when they were at the age of probably between 25 to their 40s or 50s, 25 to 40, let's say, if they nurtured their talents from then, what would we be having? We'll be having an international team, probably. We'll be having a team that has excelled to the highest international levels, Madam Speaker. This is a clear example of success when it comes to sports. I'm really very proud of this team. Madam Speaker, I am a patron of Kayole starlets, of very young, beautiful, intelligent girls from Kayole who have a team, who I support very much. And now I'm even happy because where we represent here in the city, this is the biggest county. And this is just one among the many teams that I do support. Now with this fund, and of course, because, Madam Speaker, charity begins at home, and with our good Senator of Nairobi, of course, the delegation of Nairobi, will have a good opportunity to ensure that these funds are utilized by our people. So they go a long way. These are the talents that we should nurture, because our children have really portrayed excellence in this. Lastly, Madam Speaker, so that I give my colleagues also time to make their comments, I want to appreciate the chair of FKF, Hussein Mohammed. We've seen how he's been out here supporting teams, and I'm happy because he also continues to support my teams in the different sub-counties that they come from, something that I thought to be good to also acknowledge, Madam Speaker. With those many and few, I look forward also to hearing Senator Chimera's bill on sports. I've inquired from him, and he's told me it's about the sports academies. And it's excellent because bringing this to the fund where we nurture the individuals, the players themselves, and also an academy, then we are really, really doing very well. When we travel normally out there, when you say you're from Kenya, apart from tea and coffee that we are very much associated with proudly, but also sports is something that internationally people really reference us as Kenyans with. So with those and few, I do really support and appreciate Senator Sifuna. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Mungatana.
I thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute in this bill. Madam Speaker, I rise in support of this bill, and I would just hammer the issue that this bill is making it mandatory that money be set aside for sports activities. In a county such as Tana River, Madam Speaker, sporting activity is ignored, neglected. Sports development is not there. In fact, the much that the county does is supporting its own team, which is in very low levels as far as the rating and standing of teams in Kenya is concerned. So, yet, Madam Speaker, in the Constitution, in the 4th schedule, Part 4, it is very clear that cultural activities and sporting activities are supposed to be the responsibility of the county government. But in some of our counties, and Tana River being one, they don't put money in these activities. And Madam Speaker, it's a very, very sad situation. So this law, when it takes effect, it would make sure that 1% at least of the monies that go to the county is set aside for sports and development of sporting facilities. This is a very beautiful development, and we should all support it. And I'm very happy that it has found its space in the Senate of the Republic of Kenya. Madam Speaker, what has then happened in Tana River is that people have come up with different clubs. You know, you find those who are a bit capable in this village and the other and the other. People come up with their own clubs and try to support them. And Madam Speaker, the most successful club is called Sango Sportif. Sango Sportif FC. We say Sango because Sango is supposed to be our great-great-great-grandfather, a famous warrior, Sango Vere, who led our community against invaders in many of those years back then. So the most successful club is called Sango Sportif Football Club, and it plays in Division 2, and it has done very well. And what is harming this club is the lack of financial support. All the time, Madam Speaker, we are always called to support it. Now, if we had a fund that makes sure talent such as this is supported, then, Madam Speaker, we will go very far. In fact, if you look at what Sango Sportif is doing, you would be very proud of what they have done so far. They not only have a team that is playing away, very many matches away in the regional competitions, but they now have started an under-12 division. And this under-12 division, they are using, they are bringing in young people to nurture talent. So this is not just a club that has come in the whims. These are people who are very serious and very dedicated in supporting football in Tana River County. Yet, the county government has not stepped up to its responsibility. So it is time now we legislate from the Senate here and say we need to put money. We need to put money to support sports, especially clubs that have started and struggling on their own, and they're doing well even in these difficult circumstances. Madam Speaker, I have seen young men who have had their school fees paid for because, you know, they are playing in the team, and their school fees is disturbing them, we sit together and we help them, Madam Speaker. They have formed a self-help group, and it is helping them. Madam Speaker, this Sango Sportif has proven beyond any reasonable doubt that if we invest in sport, there's a direct injection that helps our people down there to benefit from sports. Madam Speaker, I remember another time when we even had to take some young people from another team and actually make some financial arrangements for them to join this team and grow its strength. So, Madam Speaker, all this is being done with private hands, with leaders' hands, with people, ordinary members who are just giving contributions. It should not be this way. It should be that county governments take up their responsibility for sports and develop actual talent where it is being noticed. But this is not what is happening. So for us to get the compulsive power to push sports and develop sports to higher level, I think this law, this bill, once it becomes law, is the way we should go. I have had colleagues here contributing and worrying about, I don't know, where shall we find the money and so on and so forth. I think that is a secondary concern. If we say you are getting, like in Tana River County, you are getting 8 billion, that is coming down to the county as each equitable share. If we say the same amount, 1%, the idea is to get the county to actually budget for sports development in the county. So we are not asking for extra money. We are asking that county governments take the responsibility to also develop sports, because some of our counties are not doing that. In fact, our counties like ours, they are only, supporting the team that is in the county government and nothing more. So, Madam Speaker, for me, I think 100%, let us go with this law, let us support it, let us push it to see it to the end, and let governors out there also realize that sports and sports development is critical for the benefit of the youth of this country. A lot of times when we are doing these campaigns, Madam Speaker, people promise a lot, and then when they are in charge of the budget, they do different things apart from the things they promise to the people, which is very sad. So now we are forced to legislate from the top to say there must be money set aside. And this sports fund is not for the county team. It's not for the county team. It's not to buy uniforms for the county team. It's not supposed to be giving the CEC sports an opportunity to go and travel out of the country, go and watch, believe it or not, in Tana River it has happened that some MCAs and whatever were actually carried to go and watch world football I think it was in some years ago. They were carried and they were taken to go and watch some football outside the country. But all that money was available for travel, for emoluments, but it was not available for sports development. So, Madam Speaker, we want the governors in this country to understand that this money is not supposed to be for officials. It's supposed to be for actual development of sports and sporting facilities in the county, because you have not been doing that for most of you. So, Madam Speaker, with those many words, I beg to support. Thank you.
I don't see Senator Chesang, so the mover may reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to reply and begin by thanking all the senators who have spoken on this bill. Honorable Speaker, I'll be very quick so that we can allow Senator Chimera to also move his bill that deals with county academies and the protection of minors involved in sport. Honorable Speaker, I want to start by thanking the seconder, the Honorable Sosi, the Honorable Karen Nyamu, who has also spoken to this bill, Senator Eddie Okech, Senator Olekina, Senator Chimera, Senator Khalwale, Senator Mutinda, Senator Mungatana, last but not least, who have all spoken to this bill. And I was taking notes as they were speaking. I think Senator Mungatana has nailed it properly when he said, the Constitution says sports is a devolved function, and we expect that when the county governments put money in development of infrastructure, they must also support talent development through the registered associations. What we are doing here, Honorable Speaker, is that although the responsibility is there on the county governments, and the governors are very fond of shouting, saying money must follow functions. Even at the county government, those functions must be financed. And this is why we are saying, now that they are not doing it, I began by telling the House that Nairobi City County, if you look at their budget of over 43 billion, there is not a single line that is assigned to supporting talent development and sports development in the county through these associations. I also presented to you, Honorable Speaker, a letter from the Nairobi Boxing Association, and whom I want to thank because they are the ones who started this conversation with me, showing that for them to attend a tournament in Mombasa, they have to move around with a begging bowl, moving from one office to another, just to raise 117,000 Kenya shillings for them to be able to travel to a tournament in Kakamega or in Mombasa. It happened the first time, I gave them what I had. When they came the second time, I told them we have to find a permanent solution. And they agreed with me that it has to be sustainable. Today, Sifuna might have something in his pocket, tomorrow he has nothing. And I want to just calm the anxieties of the Senator for Narok by saying this. Number one, Honorable Speaker, you know for a fact that under Article 114, we cannot as a Senate originate a money bill. A money bill, if you were to go into questions of the consolidated fund or even monies that are appropriated at the national level, that would automatically turn this bill into a money bill and it would be prohibited. Therefore, the money we are addressing here is the money that finds itself in the County Revenue Fund, the CRF, that is the equitable share, together with the monies that are raised locally by the county governments. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, it would be in order, because sports is devolved. We are talking about money that is in the hands of the counties only. We can have conversations about grants, because immediately you have a fund, Honorable Speaker, it is actually allowed for you to get grants even from national government. But we want to ring-fence this money in a fund that will be specifically for registered sporting associations. I want to remind the House that if you look at the proposed clause 54B1C, other sources of money have been proposed, including grants or donations from the national government or international agencies for purposes of supporting county sports associations. And I am sure, for as long as we ring-fence this money, we will see a lot of support coming in from even private organizations and international organizations to support sporting activities in Nairobi. Senator Mutinda might not have been here, but I had indicated that, in fact, during the committee hearings, the public hearings, we had agreed with the stakeholders that we will remove any reference to financing of infrastructure from this bill, because that was not the intention. The counties must continue building infrastructure. It is very expensive. I'll give you an example, Honorable Speaker. In the last financial year, the governor of Nairobi told us he has put 500 million shillings in the renovation of City Stadium alone. Now, the money that we are talking about, if we we pass this bill, 1% of the, say, 40 billion Kenya shillings that we raise as Nairobi through the equitable share and even locally raised revenue, on-source revenue, would amount to about 400 million Kenya shillings for all the registered sporting associations in Nairobi. And I want you to consider, Honorable Speaker, the indignity that these sporting associations are going through. That is what we want to fix, that they should be able to hire halls, they should be able to pay referees, they should be able to have transport, they should be able to buy food for when they travel for these tournaments. That is all we are saying, and that is all this bill seeks to do. So we will remove, I'll be bringing an amendment at the third reading stage of this bill to remove every reference. I think that is in clause 54C part D, that had said financing the development of sports facilities, including stadia, gymnasiums, buildings, and tracks. By the way, the governors were very happy about this clause. Do you know why, Honorable Speaker? Because it would reduce the amount of money that they would have to put in building stadia. They were very happy because I have told you, one stadium alone, City Stadium, one financial year, 500 million Kenya shillings. So if you tell Sakaja that now he has reduced, we have only 300 million shillings to Sporting Association and also to build infrastructure, he'll be more than happy, because I think there is a lack of appreciation of the potential of sport to be able to change lives in Kenya. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to conclude by an observation that came from Senator Mungatana, that this money is not for officials. It is not going to support the county team. No, 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 no. It is for registered county sporting associations. So the county association responsible for football, if you look at clause 54F 3F, part of the application process is that all these registered, you have first to be registered. You must show us a certificate of registration issued under the Sports Act. Then you have to give us details and signatories of bank accounts in the name of the association where the funds shall be channeled. This money will be sent from the fund to the accounts of the registered sporting associations, and then to be executed or to be utilized in the proposed manner in accordance with the annual work plan which you have provided for, and then to be accounted for in the manner in which you have provided for, Honorable Speaker. So it is not for the CEC of sports to go and watch Arsenal and Real Madrid, or the next one I think is Arsenal is facing PSG. No, that is not the reason. We want these people who have been coming to our offices with begging bowls to just raise money to travel to Vihiga or to Mombasa to be able to take care of these small bills. Honorable Speaker, with those many remarks, I beg to reply, and pursuant to Standing Order 66.3, I request that you defer putting of the question to a later date. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Senator for Nairobi, the Honorable Sifuna. The putting of the question on this particular bill is deferred to a later date. Next order.
Order number 15, the sports amendment number 2, bill, Senate Bills number 45 of 2024, second reading.
Senator Chimera.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to move the sports amendments bill, being bill number 2, 2024. Speaker, let me start first by appreciating and thanking Senator Professor Tom Ojienda, the good senator from the county of Kisumu, for his generosity, Mr. Speaker, in allowing me to co-sponsor this bill with him. So, Speaker, when I first set out to propose amendments to this bill, I was informed by the office of the legal drafter that the good senator from Kisumu had already proposed certain amendments to the Sports Act as it is now, and that for concurrence purposes, I had to liaise with Senator Professor Tom Ojienda just to agree primarily on the need to co-sponsor this bill. And indeed, I sat with Senator Professor Tom Ojienda, who happens to have been my lecturer back in law school, and without a shred of any resistance, Mr. Speaker, the good and affable senator allowed me to co-sponsor this bill, contrary to what would be my ordinary expectation, Mr. Speaker. For that support, for that show of generosity, Mr. Speaker, I want to tremendously thank Senator Professor Tom Ojienda for allowing me to be part of these amendments, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as you might be aware, most of us, if not all of us, including yourself, Mr. Speaker, in the course of our political life, Mr. Speaker, we have participated, we have organized sports tournaments in our own various and unique areas of jurisdiction, Mr. Speaker. Some of us have taken the lead in organizing what will be volleyball tournaments. My good Senator Wakoli from Bungoma is a champion of that. I've attended many of his volleyball tournaments in Bungoma. The good senator from Tana River, who's just ably and eloquently spoke about the bill as proposed by Senator Edwin Sifuna on the funding on county sports associations, Mr. Speaker, has also been on the forefront trying to organize basketball tournaments. The majority leader here, Senator Alan Chesang from Trans Nzoia, and myself, I think virtually I've had a chance. And Mr. Speaker, you've had an opportunity to come and witness amazing football in Kwale County, courtesy of the Wakili Chimera Super Cup initiatives that have been organized in virtually every ward, Mr. Speaker. I think I've done these tournaments, football tournaments, from Wereni ward in Lungalunga constituency, to Pongo Kikoneni ward, to Kinondo and Bungagombatu ward in Msambweni constituency, Kasemeni ward, and Puma ward in Kinango constituency, as well as Simbagolini ward in Matua constituency, Mr. Speaker. That means I've done tournaments across the county, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, after the tournaments, what next for those people who participate in this tournament, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, allow me to cite a young man by the name of Kevin Olo. I know Kevin Olo, his boss might not have a chance to mention him on the floor of this House, for obvious reasons, Mr. Speaker. But Kevin Olo has been on the forefront in our social media fora in Kwale, saying there's no Super Cup in Kwale other than only one Super Cup. He says the rest are not Super Cups. Even the Honorable Masito Fatma, who is a women rep, Super Cup. Kevin Olo has always cast aspersions as to what constitutes a Super Cup. But the only Super Cup in his mind that he really identifies with is the Rashid Abdallah Super Cup, football bonanza in Kwale County. And Mr. Speaker, we need to give credit where it is due, Mr. Speaker. I want to take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to applaud and recognize and congratulate efforts by one gentleman, Rashid Abdallah, and his wife, Lulu Hassan, for their steadfast and resolute industry efforts and discipline and commitment in running what is perhaps the largest football bonanza in Kwale County, the Rashid Abdallah Super Cup edition, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, football clubs in Kwale County, like a club that is very dear to me. I mean, all clubs in Kwale are dear to me, but this one has really distinguished itself. Denmark Football Club from Maganyakulu and Matuga constituency, Mr. Speaker. This is a club that over time has participated in many tournaments, but now as I speak here today, Mr. Speaker, they are participating in a nationwide league because they started from very non-script tournaments, either done by politicians, done by well-wishers, and most notably, Mr. Speaker, recently, through the Rashid Abdallah Super Cup, Denmark Football Club now has a name nationally, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, it will be a travesty of justice if I don't subscribe and mention before on this floor, Mr. Speaker, their rallying motto of that football club, being Denmark Football Club. They say, allow me to speak in Swahili, Mr. Speaker, because that rallying call is in Swahili. I can't be able to translate it in English. They say, hii ni Denmark wewe, kata uone. Mr. Speaker, I am happy that through these tournaments, we have real world-class talent that is being showcased to the nation and to the world. Mr. Speaker, the hallmark of this bill is about identifying, nurturing, and promoting sports talent. Not necessarily football talent, Mr. Speaker, but sports talent, so that we can allow our young men and women to have this talent identified, nurtured, promoted, and hopefully, Mr. Speaker, turned into an economic gaining activity, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I also want to take this chance to laud the Ministry of Sports, Youth Affairs, and the Creative Economy, led by my able Governor Emeritus, Honorable Salim Gala Mvurya, for breathing life into this bill, Mr. Speaker, even before it becomes law. As we speak, I think yesterday I was supposed to be in Taru, in Kenamo constituency, accompanying the CS as he was launching the sport academy at Taru High School. Today, as we speak, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable CS has just launched the Matuga constituency sports academy at Matuga Girls. That speaks to life on this bill, Mr. Speaker. That government has seen the need to promote talent by already walking a step ahead in establishing these sports academies, Mr. Speaker, so that our many young, talented men and women can have a continuous platform where they can showcase their talent, where scouts, both local and international scouts, can come and scout for real talent, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is painful when I run a tournament, and most of the time you actually come to this tournament, Mr. Speaker. And we give them money. We give them football jerseys. We give them all the support that is required. But shockingly enough, 2-3 weeks thereafter, that money is split amongst the players. The players do not have anything else to show. The club has nothing else to show. They are waiting for the next subsequent politician to come and run a tournament for them to be able to get something or to live off the talent, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that time, this act of misusing our talented young men and women must come to an end, Mr. Speaker. And that is what all this bill is all about, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have seen tremendous talent in rural areas, Mr. Speaker. When you want to talk about football, you're talking about basketball, you're talking about indoor games, Mr. Speaker, you need to invest your time in the rural areas, Mr. Speaker. There are small clubs like Bombani FC, a club like SS Asad, again I repeat, a club like Samburu Lions, with amazing talent, Mr. Speaker. But this talent is wasted because there's no known law or policy or framework that allows our young men to progress with their sporting talent up to the extent of being scouted and recruited to play for leading Premier League clubs such as Tusker FC. I know this is debatable. Sometimes we don't take a lot of pride in speaking about our Premier League, Mr. Speaker. We always speak about the English Premier League, but I want to tell you the first port of call is home, Mr. Speaker. I believe with the introduction and establishment of this sports academy, Mr. Speaker, this will provide a unique chance where we'll be able to appreciate and grow homegrown local talent, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with those many remarks, I beg to move and I call upon Senator Cherargei to second, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, as I rise to second this Sports Amendment Bill number 2 of 2024, I'm impressed by the strides made by our in-law. Mr. Speaker, when I'll be Easter holidays in the village, I'll make sure I pass to a good friend who is a father-in-law, who is a very close friend of mine, one of the synod members of Anglican Church of Kenya. And I implore upon him that the senator and our in-law is doing very well in terms of the roles as being envisaged in Article 96. Mr. Speaker, I think today afternoon has been very sporty. From the sports amendment on issues of financing on sports association fund to now the sports academy. Mr. Speaker, it has, in my opening remarks, it is very unfortunate that the sports of this country depend on tokenism or handouts. I think the mover of the motion, Senator Chimera Raphael, has ably indicated that the lifeline of most of these sports clubs, even Gor Mahia, even AFC Leopards, even my own athletes in Nandi County depend on handouts, where we are giving them, and then when they win, we post very beautiful messages on our Twitter accounts, on social media platforms to appreciate them. I think it is a high time now that we need to develop this talent. We only appreciate most of these athletes, sportsmen and women of this country when they have made it. And I know when Senator Chimera organizes a football tournament, which he has referred to super. I think he needs to work hard, because if I have not heard about that super part, then he's not doing very well. But Mr. Speaker, I will try and be keen next time. So what we are trying to do, Mr. Speaker, is let us, where do these athletes come from? And you remember, Mr. Speaker, I brought a statement where now we are having a challenge between primary school sports association and secondary schools, where 16-year-olds are no longer allowed to participate, yet most of them are in grade 9 now who have achieved 16 years. And that matter ended in court. We need to develop these sports, Mr. Speaker. I know the quarters of UEFA just ended, and Arsenal yesterday did marvelous. Now we are headed to semis of UEFA, Mr. Speaker. Most of these players, you heard about it, be it Vinicius Jr., be it Lamine Yamal of FC Barcelona, be it Saka of Arsenal and many other, and even Kylian Mbappe. Mr. Speaker, most of them, if you look at their history, their talent has been built at the academies. If we want to nurture the talents that we have in this country, we must come up with sports academies. I'm happy. I don't know whether the mover of the motion meant that the previous Minister of Sports did not do well, which I agree. I think C.S. Mvurya is doing very well, because somebody who was there was more of opulence and show-off. And therefore, we need, and I hope Senator Mvurya is following this very serious conversation, that if it is possible, we are not demanding a lot, Mr. Speaker. Out of my 6 sub-counties, if we can establish a sports academy, we are willing even to donate our maize, 10% of our maize, and even milk, because, you know, Mr. Speaker, if you run, you need to eat a lot. You need to eat a lot. So we are willing to partner in formation of sports academies, Mr. Speaker, so that our young men and women, I was telling the young people the other day, Mr. Speaker, not all of us can be leaders. Not all of us can also go to universities. Not all of us can become clerks the way they are at the table here, Mr. Speaker. Not all of us can become speakers. But if we develop the talent, and I hope since you are friends with Governor Salim Mvurya and also your colleagues in Council of Governors, please tell him to work on the sports academy. But also, we must tie up sports academies with the stadia, and also the role of MCAs in oversighting, because, Mr. Speaker, we cannot be oversighting these sports academies because it will spend public funds. So I hope the county public accounts and public investment committees at the local level of county, of Mr. Speaker, of our MCAs could do that. And that is why members of county assembly and county assemblies are critical. We were just discussing formation of sports association fund. We are now discussing formation of sports academies. And we rely the members of county assembly to ensure that, you know, in Nandi, for example, Governor Sang, for example, told us he was constructing sports ECD center, but he ended up constructing ECD classroom. You know, there is a big difference. In the ECD center, in the BQ, we used to have sleeping area for the young kids, ablution block, classroom, and a staff room for ECD teachers. But he went ahead and constructed one classroom of ECD and called it an ECD center. So we need oversight at the local level so that we ensure, Mr. Speaker. And that is why I want to challenge county assembly, instead of these fighting and these challenges that we are seeing. And I'm happy the devolution committee made a progress report about Nyamira, for example, county assembly. And I'm happy that a matter should be resolved, because at the end of the day, our county assemblies must function. They must oversight. Mr. Speaker, your success story in Kilifi County would not have been successful without a functioning, reasonable county assembly, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, we should also challenge the MCAs to be part of this conversation, so that what we do here is very critical. And Mr. Speaker, I am happy that the Committee on Devolution has said the MCAs of Nyamira should do their sitting in a gazetted place, and also the status quo be maintained, Mr. Speaker, because the Speaker, Enoch Okero, if the substantive Speaker should proceed, Mr. Speaker. We have seen a Speaker, the Speaker that was elected was called tedious, Mr. Speaker, yet he has not resigned as an MCA. So there is a lot that MCAs should try and avoid such an hygienic way, Mr. Speaker. And I want to emphasize this, Mr. Speaker, because as I drive my point home, hot, like a hot nail, is that even if you have to do anything, do it within the law. Do it within the Constitution. Even if you have to change a county assembly speaker, follow the law. follow the court's direction, Mr. Speaker, and I hope the issues that is affecting Nyamira County can be resolved and allow Speaker Enoch Okero and others and the rest of the speakers of this country to proceed. Number two, Mr. Speaker, for example, Nandi is scouting of talents. I know whenever Senator Chimera is organizing a tournament, you invite scouts to come and see, Mr. Speaker, to come and watch, to come and sport talent. The only way we can do that is by building serious sports academy in this republic, Mr. Speaker. So even if Chimera, myself, I normally organize volleyball, Mr. Speaker, at the lowest level in Nandi, we normally invite Kenya Volleyball Association, we invite people like Coach Paul Bitok, who is one of the prolific volleyballer in this country, Mr. Speaker. They normally come, even when we have athletics competition within Nandi, we normally invite. But it is sad that as we talk, Nandi being the source of champions, we don't have a functional stadium, Mr. Speaker. Kipchoge Stadium, the governor wants to convert it into a market. So you wonder where are the priorities, and I'm happy our in-law is conversant with our local issues. By force, he must be aware of the problems we are facing in Nandi. Kipchoge Keino Stadium, which is the trademark. Mr. Speaker, the reason you know athletics in Kenya is because of Kipchoge Stadium in Kapsabet. The governor wants to convert it to use to sell cows and sell mitumba, Mr. Speaker. Yet that stadium should be used to train our upcoming athletes and establish a sports academy in Kapsabet town, Mr. Speaker. And you can see, even in financial year 2024-2025, according to the approved budget of Nandi County, Mr. Speaker, of 2022-2025, it was approved to 169,497,537 million. This is close to 170 million that has been put to sports in approved budget by control of budget by Nandi County Assembly, which now it cannot be shown. This money, our governor used to fly more than even assist one football, even one ball or even one net. But he prefers to fly to Israel and see where Jesus Christ was born. I want to advise him during Easter season, he should allow Jesus to be born in his heart. He should call even pastors so that we can tell him where Jesus, when Jesus died in Jerusalem, he went to heaven. Now, as Christians, we are being told Jesus to be born in our hearts. So why spend a lot of money going to look where Jesus was born instead of us assisting through this 170 million, Mr. Speaker, that was allocated? There is not even one ball, even one net, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, as we proceed, Mr. Speaker.
Now, Honorable Senator, it is now 6:30. You have a balance of 11 minutes. Once we resume, you will consume your 11 minutes. Then we proceed on. Otherwise, let us be upstanding. Now, Honorable Senators, it is now 6:30 p.m. Time to adjourn the Senate. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until Tuesday, the 6th of May, 2025 at 2:30 p.m.